difficult progress and patient struggle. The path to the present moment is paved with heroic sacrifices of the most selfless order. Let us all, therefore, remember those who have fallen in the line of duty and honor the ultimate sacrifice they have made in the cause of humanity, solidarity, national sovereignty, peace, and security. We must, and let me say again, we must never take it for granted.
I convey our nation's deepest gratitude to all our men and women in uniform for your service, which you have rendered and continue to perform with valor and integrity. I also convey appreciation to your families. I am told they are soldiers in silence, whose support in many different ways has encouraged, strengthened, and inspired you to do your best every day and in every moment that is required of you. Their silent strength is a powerful contribution to our national security, which must never be underestimated. I am speaking about your wives, I'm speaking about your children, and I'm speaking about your families. They form a big army behind you to enable you make the sacrifices and the commitments that you do for the security of our nation. I thank the Almighty God, to whom we submit our struggle and endeavor, for the honor of leading our defense forces and our commanders, and for the privilege of being a citizen of Kenya, enjoying the fruit of their service and sacrifice, which provides us with the opportunity to unlock opportunity for all of us. We shall complement the security assured by your effort with shared prosperity arising from the economy in every endeavor that you engage in. Let me just say two things as a sign of appreciation to our Kenya Defense Forces and our security agencies in general. As we execute our housing program, we have made a deliberate decision that KDF is going to be an automatic beneficiary of our housing plan. Last week, we concluded procurement in 3 different barracks to build 9,000 units for units of houses for our Kenya Defense Forces. We have also concluded the procurement process to give our Kenya Defense Forces construction equipment that will support their engineering department to do more roads, more bridges, more schools, more hospitals, especially in the difficult areas of our republic. And in the horizon, we have a comprehensive program to ensure that there is new equipment, better facilities, and better capabilities that will be made available by the people of Kenya using their taxes by way of appreciating what our Kenya Defense Forces are doing in defending our territorial integrity, in defending our nation, and in keeping enemies at bay. We will support you as you defend our country. Let us therefore stand together and stride into the future with the confidence that we reinforce each other to do the best and take Kenya forwards. I wish you all a happy KDF Day, a prosperous and great year that is coming to an end, and a great future in all your careers. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless our great country, Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Basi niombe Mheshimiwa Rais tuweze kuketi kwa ruhusa yako tunaposubiri gwaride ama sherehe za machweo ya jua. Senior Drum Major, iwapo uko tayari, tafadhali uwanja ni wako. Beating of the retreat by the KDF band. Mheshimiwa Rais, hii leo utaweza kutazama kwamba bendi hizi zinaongozwa na kinadada kuanzia kwa mkurugenzi wa muziki, mwelekezi mkuu na waelekezi watatu. Tangia bendi hizi ziweze kuanza, hazijaweza kuongozwa jinsi zitakavyokuwa zinatuletea sherehe za machweo ya jua siku ya leo. Hii ni historia ya kipekee. Mheshimiwa Rais, unavyotazama hivi sasa, mkurugenzi wa muziki Luteni Shalin Wamuyu akiweza kuchukua nafasi yake hivi sasa, tayari kutekeleza majukumu yake siku ya leo. Mheshimiwa Rais, niombe kwa heshima tuweze kusimama kwa ajili ya wimbo wa Injili, wimbo wa kushusha bendera, wimbo wetu wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Naam, hivi sasa mwelekezi mkuu wa bendi hizi, afisa mteule daraja la kwanza Mary Ekiru, akija kumwomba kwa heshima Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya idhini ya kuondoa bendi hizi uwanjani. Asanteni, kwa heshima tunaweza kuketi tafadhali. Mkurugenzi wa muziki jeshi letu la nchi kavu, Luteni Shalin wa Muyu, akiondoka hivi sasa baada ya kutekeleza wajibu wake mchana wa leo. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais. Niombe wengine tuketi tafadhali, Mheshimiwa Rais anapoondoka, na mwenzangu aweze kutuletea itifaki ya kufumukana mahali hapa.
Na asante sana. Mheshimiwa Rais anapoondoka sasa, ratiba yetu ni kwamba anaenda kwenye upanzi wa miti, na punde tu atakapo
We have been planning for this day for a very long time. And you know, when you plan for a function and you hear that the chief guest is likely not to come, you get worried. And I know my manufacturers were going to make it very hard for me to trade with them if I couldn't bring you to this function. So we are happy. My esteemed local manufacturers. This is our day. And this is the beginning of a paradigm shift in the healthcare of this country. Many people do not know that we have products that are manufactured here. And Your Excellency, your presence here today is going to break one big barrier that has existed in the healthcare sector. People do not believe in local products. So you are being here today, you are now becoming the ambassador and the champion of local products. Your Excellency, you have given me a task to ensure that all facilities have the commodities that they need. Together with my team, with your guidance, we have agreed that for us to build our capacity in health commodity, we have to leverage on local manufacturing. And the reason why we are doing that, because we know, Your Excellency, with local manufacturing, the time that used to be taken to import products is going to be reduced. So we reduce on our lead times. If a product used to take 60 days to be available at KEMSA, it will now take 15 to 30 days because it's available next door. Your Excellency, the second thing is the cost. When a product is imported, there are many costs that are lumped onto that product. We have cut a whole lot of those excesses that are put on the cost of products. Your Excellency, the third thing that we are doing with this local manufacturing is that we are taking away the busybodies who have been marking up on products and making them expensive for Kenyans. And Your Excellency, I have discussed with the CEO of KEMSA. We are not going to allow intermediaries between us and the local manufacturers. And he has those instructions, Your Excellency. So I'm happy that finally, as a country, we are going to get it right. That finally, we are going to increase the products that are manufactured locally here. They are going to be available for people. Your Excellency, you have seen the farm that we have just visited. A whole ecosystem has been built. Be it the packets, the packaging material, there is business there. Be it the bottles, the paper, the foil, the human resource, the equipment. Your Excellency, the ecosystem is huge, and it all builds to the economy of this country. With those very many remarks, Your Excellency, one of the ministries that is going to benefit from local manufacturing is the Ministry of Trade and Investments. So I would like to take this opportunity to invite CS Rebecca to come and say a few words.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and all the distinguished guests and local manufacturers of pharmaceutical products, good afternoon. It will never be deleted in the Kenyan calendar that this afternoon or today we are here to discuss the manufacturing of pharmaceutical products and technologies here in Kenya. And this is even more momentous because it is on the road to the launch of the universal health coverage on Mashujaa Day. And what a Shujaa Act we are starting, even in this forum. For local manufacturing, the benefits are obvious. It will bring affordability, access, even fulfillment of the UN SDG 3, where we promise health to all the people of all ages. Your Excellency, my ministry wants to have a listening ear. We want to know what are the bottlenecks that we can resolve together to promote local manufacturing. And on the trade side, we do know there are opportunities to even export your products beyond Kenya. we know that there is exports to Uganda, Tanzania, and a few other. But even with the trade partnership agreements, we have and we are discussing with the EU, with the America, and the United Arab Emirates, we have opportunities galore. Lastly, in your hashtag, please include hashtag Kenya is open for investments. Good afternoon.
Your Excellency, it's easy to make a promise, but it's very difficult to keep it. Many manifestos over the world are developed, but very few leaders are intentional on implementing their manifesto. In our plan, Your Excellency, you promised that each Kenyan shall be able to access healthcare without suffering any catastrophic financial loss. And that's why, Your Excellency, as a ministry, we have identified the 4 pillars of universal health coverage. One of them, the commodity security that we are here today. Your Excellency, the other one is human resources, which we started the conversation 2 days ago as part of our celebrations. The third one, Your Excellency, is technology. All this cannot happen without leveraging on technology. And finally, on financing of healthcare. Many people did not believe it, but I want to take this opportunity to thank the team that works at the Ministry of Health for working day and night to ensure that we have the bills in place. Those bills are going to be a game changer. Your Excellency, when you launched the kits, there are people who dismissed and said, "Iyo ni mambo ya Nairobi." But for the last few days, I've been watching news, and many governors are now launching UHC with the kits that you flagged off from here. So I want to take this opportunity to invite Kenyans to Kericho County on the 20th when you are launching this, and to prove that indeed tumeleta afya nyumbani. And for Kenyans, tunasema afya yangu, jukumu langu. Sindio? Afya yangu. With those remarks, I would like us to be up. Thank you. I've been corrected. I would want to invite Lazima Iwak, Governor of Nairobi. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, our President, Cabinet Secretaries, PSs, and our manufacturers. Good afternoon. Mine is very brief. It's just to tell you, manufacturers, there is no better time to be a manufacturer in Kenya. One, you have a president, first of all, a health manufacturer, health commodity. You have a president who has preoccupied himself with making sure Kenyans get the best healthcare and that manufacturing works. You stand at the nexus of 2 areas that are extremely close to the president's heart. You have an opportunity of a lifetime to sit with him and to discuss. We've always said that if you're not on the negotiating table, you're on the menu. So for the first time, you're not on the menu. So let's move from the menu to the table and have discussions about what is required. It is a pity that we import more than 70% of what we need in our pharmaceutical and health products, yet many of these things can be done. Your Excellency, a few years ago, when I was the chair of the COVID committee, when the pandemic had struck, it was amazing to see the innovation of Kenyans. We had the vials for the tests being manufactured in the Coast Province and even being exported. We never knew until COVID showed us our weak underbelly. Us as county governments, because we deliver the services and we see ourselves as a strong partner to the national government in the delivery of health services, we want to commit to actually absorb your products and to pay, not just to take them, but also to pay. We're the biggest consumer of these products. The CEO of KEMSA will tell you, apart from the debts, you should tell us how much we pay, because we pay for these products and for these commodities. But I believe the the ripple effect of supporting you is good for economy. We're going to spur the economy. We're going to make sure that the
Today, Your Excellency, I have assented to the Nairobi Finance Act of 2023. And in that Finance Act, we thought and we sat and said, how do we enable manufacturing? One of the things I know many of you grapple with, especially those who trade in Nairobi, is multiple licenses and multiple fees. You're charged, multiple inspection. Now we have opened the way for the unified single business permit, where you're going to have only one license on your wall. For many of your operations, it is difficult sometimes to even know the color of the wall, because you have 10 licenses, you have fire, you have, I don't know, health license, but now it's going to be one. And so this unified business permit has allowed us to make your work easier. Let manufacturers, let business people be busy doing business, not complying. Let's leave that work to ourselves. We've also said that we're limiting the number of people who are coming to inspect your premises. You can't have one person today looking at this issue. Tomorrow somebody else is looking at a different issue. The next day somebody else, all from the same county government. And I'd like to encourage other governors to follow suit, so that we can allow business to thrive in our city and in our country. So count on us for support. We will soon publish our schedule of fees and charges, because I think business needs predictability, isn't it? You need certainty. You need to know that this is what I am owed, and this is the services that I need to demand, this is what I need to pay for. That is what we want to do for you. So whatever it takes, whatever you require in Nairobi, I'd like you to see us as a partner. I'm happy I've seen Hiten. Hiten was one of our executives in Nairobi in the health sector. Please come partner with us. We have 116 facilities in this city that need medicine, that need all of these commodities. And you can count on us on a partner. Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki manufacturers.
Now, I would like to request all of us to be upstanding and invite His Excellency the President. A loud of applause. Wow.
Thank you very much, Waziri. Asante sana. Tafadhali, let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Ministers present, the Governor of Nairobi, Principal Secretaries present, captains of our manufacturing fraternity in Kenya and community, good afternoon. Hamjambo. I apologize for coming in a bit late. We had a full plate this morning, and I made a deliberate decision to go all the way to Athi River just to see what one facility is doing there, one manufacturing facility of pharmaceuticals is doing, a partnership between Kenyan company and one from Bangladesh that are working in collaboration. They've been working for 15 years. And I know that is the story of many companies here. Some are as old as our country, some are older, others are in between now and then. And to congratulate all of you for being part of this journey of universal health coverage, a project and a program that we have always wanted to achieve as the people of Kenya. We have tried this universal health coverage twice and did not succeed. And that is why this time round, I made a commitment that this time round it must work. As Sakaja would put it, lazima iwak. And that is why I am delighted to meet you as our local manufacturers of health products, health technologies, and all the other stakeholders in the pharmaceutical manufacturing space in Kenya. The noble work that you do not only enables us to deliver on healthcare, but also creates jobs for millions of our young people and also contributes significantly to economic growth in Kenya. This first local manufacturing expo, whose theme is spurring local manufacturing for supply of affordable and quality essential health products and technologies towards achieving universal healthcare goals, is aligned with our national aspiration for reviving and transforming Kenya's economy through local manufacturing and local industrialization. The health sector has great potential to significantly contribute to industrialization through intensive investments in local manufacturing of health products and technologies. I take note that Kenya is currently the largest producer of pharmaceutical products in the common markets and Southern Africa region, COMESA, supplying almost 50% of the region's market. I'm optimistic that with close collaboration between the government and manufacturers of health products, Kenya's manufacturing industry will expand its market share in Africa as more opportunities become available as a result of both COMESA, EAC, SADC combined into tripartite treaty agreement, and also the expanded Africa Continental Free Trade Area. It will be my responsibility to you to make sure that we not only make it possible for you to invest in and thrive in Kenya, but to also tap into the opportunities that come with the expanded market into EAC, into COMESA, tripartite space between SADC, COMESA, and EAC, and onto the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. You have seen what we are doing, trying to consolidate the African market into one single market to make it easier for investors like yourselves and others that will be partnering with you to build capacities that will not only supply products, health products to Kenya, but to our region as well. Previous efforts have not had a significant impact, and farmer imports continue to grow faster than exports, with the country importing over 70% of the total value of its pharmaceutical needs annually. Indeed, the government is aware that local manufacturing requires significant support to compete with the highly competitive multi-billion-dollar global pharmaceutical market. Statistics indicate that Africa's pharmaceutical industry is growing rapidly, reaching US dollars 28.56 billion, about 4.2 trillion in 2017, from 5.5 billion, about 814 billion a decade earlier. While developing countries' markets are stagnating, it is predicted that the African market will increase from 56 billion to $70 billion, a whole 10.3 trillion by 2030. A reason enough to strategically position Kenya's pharmaceutical industry to leverage on this opportunity. I'm just trying to paint the picture for you to know what the future looks like if you are in this space. The key challenge hindering the harmonization, growth, and advancement of local manufacturing of health products and technologies is lack of non-facilitative regulatory framework. We have not optimized aspects of technology transfer, capacity utilization, transfer pricing, use of generics and brand names, bulk purchasing, and protection of local manufacturers effectively. By all indicators, local manufacturing of health products has registered a measure of admirable success, but there is a big room for improvement. I am aware of the long-standing challenges local manufacturers face. And my administration is committed to ensuring that by 2026, mark these dates, they are important to you as manufacturers, at least 50% of the medicines listed in the Kenya Essential Medicines list will be manufactured and available locally. We will work with you and all the other stakeholders to coordinate activities among financiers, industry, and technical providers to reduce transaction costs, ensure critical investment in system enablers, and support manufacturers in dealing with various requests for assistance. Coordination across the country will ensure diversified supply and a viable market for new products. Furthermore, the Government of Kenya will support the establishment and strengthening of the requisite regulatory and policy framework to facilitate the achievement of this commitment. Last week in Cabinet, Minister here brought the necessary legislation that is going to provide greater space and expertise for the Pharmaceutical and Poisons Board that registers drugs and all the other pharmaceutical products that are available locally and even globally, to make it a much more fit-for-purpose vehicle to facilitate this transformation. My administration will also ensure that we work through regional initiatives and agencies to support local manufacturers to achieve the World Health Organization's good manufacturing practice standards, to not only produce for Kenya, but also open up the market for the export of products outside the region and all the way into the continent. In fast-tracking local manufacturing for increased access and affordability of health products and technologies, job creation and economic growth for Kenya, my administration commits to increase tariff lines for imported health products and technologies as outlined in the East Africa Community Common External Tariff of 2017. We will also adequately cater for this and closely linked products, but reduce ambiguities and avoid hindrance to market access. The government will also set aside infrastructure, including land. In fact, we are in the process of identifying the former land that belonged to Del Monte in Murang'a. I have discussed with the county government of Murang'a. They have set aside 500 acres for a special economic zone, 200 of which will be made specifically for pharmaceutical companies. This will be land that will be made available with some measure of good infrastructure and an ecosystem of policies and fiscal incentives to ensure that you can set up camp easily and be able to access not just the local market, but provide avenues for you to access the international market as well. And to ensure maximum impact, the government will provide guidance on the priority products to be manufactured within the villages in line with the implementation of the Universal Health Coverage Essential Benefits Package. We will strengthen research, development, and innovation by increasing financing for clinical trials at the Kenya Medical Research Institute right here in Kenya. This will boost research and commercialization of health products and technologies through Biovacs, and I see the MD is right here, limited, and contract manufacturing opportunities with local manufacturers. My administration also, if you looked at the budget critically, we have also increased incentives around the space of manufacture, of pharmaceutical products. We have removed taxes and other requirements on manufacturing of animal vaccine, of human vaccine, and the whole manufacturing of pharmaceutical products space. Again, to give opportunity to you and others to expand your operations in Kenya. We are also in conversation, and I have told the Minister for Trade to work with her colleague in energy to see the tariffs, the energy tariffs in our special economic zones where we are facilitating your setup so that we can increase the opportunity for our products to be affordable, and we can assist you to penetrate the market, not just in Kenya, but regionally and globally as well. We will strengthen, as I have told you, local regulatory framework for health products and technologies to ensure it achieves maturity level number 3 or above. The country is committed to ensuring that it legislates a medical authority as well as ratifies the African Medicine Agency. These steps will help reduce timelines taken for the registration of medicines and the introduction of new products into our market. We will ensure that Kenya becomes attractive to local and foreign investors in health manufacturing. Our presence here today to open Square Pharmaceuticals, which I did earlier, confirms our unwavering support for investors, including manufacturers of pharmaceuticals. And let me say this because it is the reason why I came here, that our quest for universal health coverage, this time round, we have said we must succeed. And it is the reason we have taken time to interrogate all aspects that will make it possible to roll out universal health coverage without failure. We have looked at the framework, legislative framework, that will backstop and facilitate our universal health coverage delivery. I must congratulate Parliament that yesterday, at least 2 pieces of legislation were concluded. And they have promised me that by Tuesday next week, they will also conclude the remaining 2. So we will end up with 4 pieces of legislation that will support our delivery of universal health coverage in Kenya, which this function is part of the build-up activities towards 20th, when we will be launching the universal health coverage program nationally to live up to our commitment that health must not be a privilege for those who can afford, but it must be a deliverable by the government of Kenya for every Kenyan, starting from the home state. And that is why we are talking about Afya Nyumbani. The program that I launched 2 weeks ago, where we are kitting all our 100,000 community health promoters, is to ensure that in every home state, in every village in Kenya, there is a community health promoter who will work with the communities to transit and to actualize our paradigm shift from being focused on curative health provision to one that we do preventive as well as promotive health interventions. That is not exactly bad news for you guys. I don't think it is. I don't think anybody likes to sell medicine merely because they want people to be sick. It is when we cannot avoid being sick, that is why we have to take medicine. But we're trying to see how we can make it possible for citizens who suffer from ailments that are preventable, ailments that we can manage, but because there isn't a clear pathway where citizens get the correct information, get to manage their conditions earlier, that is where we end up with huge bills in big hospitals with drugs and many things that put a huge burden on the people of Kenya. And that is why we are working together in this space as we work towards prevention on one end, and that is our plan. We also want to work with you as manufacturers. And my job will be to do between 3 or 4 things. My job is to ensure that we create a market for your products in Kenya by buying what you are producing instead of importing. That is one of my responsibilities. And as Waziri has said, we have given very clear instructions to all our public entities that buy pharmaceutical products, starting with KEMSA, that we will not import any product that is being manufactured locally. In fact, going forward, where we have at least 3 manufacturers of a product, we should never import that product into Kenya. Let the competition between the players, the manufacturers in Kenya, is sufficient for us to get value for the drugs and the pharmaceutical products that we are looking for. For the first time, I have been told by some of the pharmaceutical companies in Kenya, when we issued this instruction, and we asked the ministry to make sure that the conditions and also the details and the specifications of the drugs that we are asking and of the pharmaceutical products that we are asking are not dictated by vendors. Because for a very long time, vendors went into the ministry and put their products as specifications for the supply of products. And that is why we have ended up with one supplier for 20, 30 years of a product that is being produced in Kenya, but they just twisted the specifications, and we have said that will not happen again. Yeah? I promise you we are going to drain the swamp at the Ministry of Health. It will not continue to do the things they have done before. And if the same product with slightly different specifications is available in Kenya, why do you insist on that other product that's not available in Kenya, if it is not something else? So we have agreed, and I'm very happy that there are companies today who have been manufacturing in Kenya. They have never sold to KEMSA, but this year they have started selling to KEMSA. I don't know whether there are some companies here who can stand and say for the first time they've gotten an opportunity to supply. At least we have 2 here. There is another gentleman right at the corner there. There is another gentleman at the corner there. There is another. You see? Ebu Simameni, the people who have gotten to supply to KEMSA for the first time this year. Look at that. People who are manufacturing in Kenya. In fact, I was shocked when I went to one manufacturing facility and the manufacturer asked me, Mr. President, we are manufacturing products that are globally acclaimed. We are supplying to India, we are supplying to Pakistan, we are supplying to Europe, but we cannot supply to KEMSA. You know? And that is when I took the decision that enough is enough in KEMSA. We just have to get it right. And I want to promise you that it's not going to be a one-off. That is going to be the tradition of Kenya going forward. We are going to manufacture our products locally. And we are not just going to manufacture our products using our local manufacturing capabilities. It is also my responsibility to make sure that the products you are manufacturing in Kenya also find a market in EAC, find a market in COMESA, find a market in our continent, because your facilities are world-class. Your facilities manufacture products that meet international standards, and we are going to even provide affirmative action. If in the event that you cannot compete with some of the big brands out there, we are going to have affirmative action for locally manufactured products. Because aside from supplying us with products, you are hiring our people and you are paying taxes in Kenya. So you must, that must count for something in your operation. The second issue that I must do is to provide an environment, a business environment, an investment environment that promotes your products and make sure that they are not only competitive in Kenya, but they are also competitive globally. It will also be my responsibility to build the regional networks, the continental networks, and even a global market for the products that you manufacture in Kenya. My only request to you is that as I do my part, you do yours. You manufacture affordably, you hire the many Kenyans that are around, and you pay taxes. I think that's a fair deal. What do you think? Yeah? I will do my part. You will do yours. Sindio? So I think if we square it out that way, that you will do your part and I will do mine, we will get this country, we will get the country moving. Let me also commit to you that the universal health coverage program that we are rolling out, we will make you our partners. I think our expenditure on import of pharmaceutical products is anywhere in the region of 150 billion, thereabout, Kenya shillings yearly. That is huge, and it makes the case for any investor and any investment. If you have that kind of market, it is sufficient market for you to invest in Kenya. So we're going to work with you. We're going to be listening to you. We want to have a partnership. The minister and the PSS in the ministry will be available for consultations with you. And I promise you that we will buy your products as a first priority in Kenya. The ones you manufacture here. Sindio? I know there are people here who are also doing that other business, which is okay. For the products we are not producing locally, of course, where we have no choice, we will work with international and global suppliers of those products. And just to backstop and to tell you that we are looking at exciting moments ahead of us as we build into the greater market that's available to us. I have given you statistics about what the future looks like, and therefore you made the right decision by investing in your manufacturing facility in Kenya as we look into the future. So asanteni sana. let me congratulate all of you. I look forward to working with the pharmaceutical industry in making sure that we deliver on the big subject of health that is dear to many Kenyans. Asanteni sana, and God bless you. Just to confirm also that we will be making additional resources available to KEMSA. I have already instructed Minister to make an extra 2 billion shillings to KEMSA to enhance their ability to buy products from you for onward supply to our public entities around Kenya. And we've already agreed with the county governments that they will pay. They will pay they will pay their part as we all make this thing work. So asanteni sana, and God bless you.
Tumpongeze Rais kwa makofi tafadhali.
Place strategies to ensure that no Kenyan is affected.
We are not preparing to respond to the El Nino expected disaster. Rather, we are consolidating and refining coordination strategy for mitigation. Unlike the past, we are saving lives and livelihoods before tragedy strikes.
Already 23 counties in the country have submitted a report on how they are prepared to deal with the effect of the phenomena that comes with floods as well as landslides. According to the chairperson of the Council of Governors, Anna Guru, the counties include Kirinyaga, Makueni, Isiolo, Narok, Siaya, Uasin Gishu, among others.
23 counties have submitted those reports, which include Isiolo, Lamu, Nandi, Nyamira, Kisumu, Marsabit, West Pokot, Mandera, Vihiga, Kakamega, Murang'a, Laikipia, Machakos, Bomet, Kiambu, Nakuru, Wajir, Homa Bay, Makueni, Garissa, Busia, Kwale, and Kirinyaga. We're expecting the rest to still be coming because we had actually given them a deadline of this coming week.
The government has expressed their readiness to help students who will be affected by the floods during the national examinations slated to begin soon. Kenya Medical Supplies Agency has been tasked to be in the front line to deliver medicine to hospitals on time.
In the event the Ministry of Education, when they are conducting their exams, some areas will not be accessible. We have our aviation section that is ready. Our equipments are ready.
If we have a river that is flooded and lakes as well, the others will deliver for you at the headquarters and expect you to take to the last mile. How do you expect KEMSA to give us drugs within less than a week and deliver last mile in the situation we're going to be experiencing at the moment?
Now, as the UDA party is expected to hold its national delegates conference meeting at the Bomas in Nairobi, the affiliated parties in Kenya Kwanza may find themselves at crossroads, with the UDA insisting on the dissolution of the said parties. However, Prime Cabinet Secretary Salim Mudavadi from ANC has strongly opposed the proposal to dissolve affiliated parties and create a single party of the UDA.
My point remains this, that we are a multi-party nation. That is what the Constitution states. And it is important that we have political parties across the board that are dynamic, that meet the aspirations of the people. And this kind of debate is not new. I think what we should be looking for is that as we go forward, how do we strengthen political parties? How do we make them more democratic? And how do we make them more viable? That's the conversation that we should be having.
More than 1,500 members are expected to attend the meeting with UDA Secretary General Cleophas Malala, saying that the conference will involve elected leaders in the party as well as stakeholders from other departments such as IEBC, the main goal being to set plans for the election of party leaders. According to the majority leader in the National Assembly, Kimani Ichung'wah, and chairperson Cecily Mbarire, despite the fact that the party being relatively new, the UDA has continued to grow rapidly, so it is important to set ambitious strategies to maintain it.
Maandalizi yako sawa kabisa. Kesho saa 3 kamili programu yetu itakuwa inaanza, itaongozwa na party leader wetu ambaye atakuwa hapa yeye mwenyewe.
All elected leaders right from the ward level up to the national level that the UDA party wakuwe hapa kesho. It's a very very important meeting ambapo tutaweza kupitisha important issues or resolutions of the council.
As you are all aware, UDA is among the youngest parties in this country, and our intention and that of our party leader is to make UDA the most vibrant national movement. That is why this early we are preparing for our party elections to make sure that we further strengthen our party right from the grassroots.
And Interior PS Raymond Molo says the government is still doing all it can to unravel the Shakahola mystery that left more than 400 people dead. Speaking in Malindi, Molo called on Kenyans to be patient, assuring them of justice will be served.
Mwili mingi ilikuwa amekaa kwa makaburi kwa zaidi ya wiki mingi sana, so zimekuwa decomposed, na hiyo imetupatia changamoto. Ingawaje imechukua muda, lakini tuko na hakika hata pengine miezi 1 ama 2 ijayo tutakuwa tumemaliza hiyo shughuli. So tunaomba patience kwa wananchi.
This is News. I'm Dennis Aseta. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
What the big boys have also done? I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom? I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to, she's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Neri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa, today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Ito baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui, lakini bado tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Yes. Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ, when he slapped those guys and walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa, took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta. Serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning. We're at the tail end of the week, finally. And here we are looking at traffic building up already in different parts of the city this Friday morning. We're going to also look at outbound traffic and getting into the weekend and see what that has to offer. It's not looking too bad as you're coming in from the thicker superhighway. Not right now, at least. Early pickings is what we're going to call it. From the Outer Ring Junction, we have some movement getting out towards the Pangani underpass and then out towards the city. This is all a wait and see kind of thing. Let's see how that opens later on. Are you coming out of Westlands? There's some movement as well as you get towards the expressway exits and entrances. Also coming on Uhuru Highway, nothing much happening right about now. Mombasa Road is looking pretty good. Gong Road also looking fair. You'll be able to get in and out without any issues. Let's see what the morning opens up to be. Talk to us through it on Spice FM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair.
Good morning, and how are you doing? It's now 11 minutes after 6 o'clock on Friday, this 29th of September. It's over. This one is done. The month finished, and here we are getting into the final quarter of the year like that. Gafla bin vu, things have happened, and here we are on this Friday. Good morning to you, and welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation in the Situation Room this morning. Myself, Ndu, and C.T. Muga. Good morning.
Good morning.
C.T.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning now.
Good morning.
Bera, how you doing?
I am doing well. And yourself, how are you doing?
I and myself have had a conversation with each other, and we've decided that we're all right. Yeah. We have decided that we are fine.
That is how you decided?
We've agreed that we are fine. Yep. All right, getting into Friday, getting into the last day of this week. We have some interesting conversations today. The Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labour and Skills Development will be in the studio this morning from 7 o'clock until 9. Jeffrey Kaituko will be with us today, and we'll be looking at employee optimization. We'll be talking about unemployment reduction in the country and the different things that are being done by Kenya to secure jobs for those who do not have them, and to make sure that the employment index actually does look good. So we'll be having that conversation at 7 o'clock. And then, it being Health Friday, we will be talking to Dr. Maureen Owiti, who is the head of reproductive health at the Kenyatta National Hospital. Postpartum hemorrhage is a thing, and apparently we're being told that it's the leading cause of maternal mortality. I'm not quite sure if it's in the country or in the world, but she will talk to us about that coming in at 9 o'clock. So a number of conversations, and they look like they're top heavy, and they really are. So we're looking at unemployment in the country, which is a big deal, and then we'll be looking at maternal mortality, which is yet another big deal. Okay, this Friday, Our guest host is Peter Moshendo. Peter Moshendo is a political analyst and he's no stranger to the show. He's been here several times and today we'll be steering these conversations with him. Peter, good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you?
I'm fine.
We've woken you up at the crack of dawn.
I know, I'm easy. My friends will tell you I'm an analyzer.
Ah, fantastic.
Yes.
Ready for the ride?
Yes, I am.
Let's do it. Good morning and karibu sana. All right, so that's what we'll be talking about today. We're going to get into it and say hello to you today as we go through the morning. Wherever you're tuned in from, our live streams are up. Spice FM KE on YouTube and Facebook and on your dials around the country. Karibuni sana. Let's get into it after we look at the traffic, after we look at the weather, and we'll come back and look at the headlines after we say hello to you. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aye, City. Do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda. What are they saying?
How? We comparison. I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
And name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So I'm like, your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
15 degrees and partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, highs of 25 and we'll see lows of 15. It's clear at 13 in Nakuru with highs of 25. We'll come back down to lows of 13. We'll see lows of 16 in a mostly cloudy in Nyeri, highs of 25. And it's clear at 12 in Eldoret, highs of 24, back down to lows of 12. 25 and mostly cloudy in Mombasa, highs of 30 and lows of 24. And at 25, it's cloudy in Malindi. We'll see highs of 30. 29 will be the high in a clear Kisumu, going to highs of coming down to lows of 19. Kakamega is clear at 18, highs of 28 and lows of 16. And Kampala is cloudy at 28, that will be the high, come down to lows of 18. Dar es Salaam is cloudy at 24 with highs of 30. We'll see lows of 23. And at 11 is partly cloudy in Johannesburg with highs of 24. We'll see lows of 11. Looking into a cloudy Lagos this morning at 27, highs of 30 and lows of 26. And it's cloudy at 25 in Kinshasa with highs of 34. We'll see lows of 24. 22 and mostly cloudy in a partly cloudy, mostly cloudy Beijing at 22 Friday afternoon, highs of 28 and lows of 19. And we'll see lows of 10 in a mostly cloudy Paris, going to highs of 22. London is cloudy at 18 with highs of 20. We'll see lows of 10 and 16. And light rain in New York Thursday night coming into Friday. We'll see highs of 18 and lows of 14.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. Indeed, the last Friday of September. And here we are. Good morning to everybody at Spice FM, says George Gashoiri. Good morning to you. All right. Don Salba is here and he says, we shall recap Malawi language. Yes, we shall. Ndu, please sing a song. I don't have a song this morning. If you give me a song, I'll sing it. I'm not quite sure which one I should sing.
You know.
Give me a song, I'll sing it now.
I'm not giving you a song. I am going to tell you about the song that has been resonating in my mind. It's just that I don't remember the beginning of the song. I only remember the middle part. And the way you look tonight, that one.
Someday.
Yes.
When the sky is blue.
That's the one.
And something you.
Yes. And something else.
I'm thinking of you and the way you look tonight.
That one.
Yes. I know the one you're talking about.
Yes.
And it's a beautiful song, isn't it?
Yes.
If somebody sings that song for you, you can be flawed, man. Sheesh. A beautiful song, actually, but in fact, I'm going to look for it today.
In the course of the 4 hours, I'm sure we'll remember who it is who sang it, and if we don't, we'll look for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so there you go, Don. At least you got a little bit this morning, didn't you? All right. Sometimes we say Tawi Zina. All the times we say Ntawi Sonze, and now we say Stopano, meaning in Friday we say Lachisano. Indeed. Thank you, Don. Ricardo Mariera says, good morning, kings and queens. Kitengela is locked. The weekend is here. We recharge our batteries. Happy and blessed weekend to you too, George, my brother. James Sekento says, good morning, tuned in from Kerara Pond. The 2000 says, it's Friday. Make some noise. Okay, here we go. Let's make some noise because it is Friday. Happy Friday. Blessed weekend and see you next month. Indeed. Pray for us out here in the States. We're entering that month that everything here is hailing Lucifer. What are those? Sheesh. October, Halloween, those things. Okay. Good morning, CT Ndu. Wishing you both a fantastic Friday. And Peter is here as well. Agri Mamani says, good morning. CT Muga, is this thing called bipartisan talks taking Kenyans anywhere, or is it something already decided and we're being taken for a ride by the hungry politicians? That's a heavy question at 6:20. Okay, Jimmy Wekasa says, good morning. Joe Mungai says he's tuned in from Washington. Princess, you see now you got the title correct. 1,000, of whatever you want to you. And he has called City an emperor. The emperor, the champion, the lion is here. We can't keep singing about cost of living. Kenyans need to get angry. Okay. Monish Janet said, good morning to Situation Room. Robert Mpogo is also tuned in from Mombasa. Good morning, CT Ndu. Eric in absentia. Indeed, he's fine though. How is the Situation Room temperature this Friday morning? It's about to get hot. Desmond says, good morning. Now, Romeo is asking me if it is a joke that there's employment creation in Kenya. Well, the PS will be here for 2 hours and you can ask him this directly. All right. George Mutoro is tuned in from Kisii Town. He says, my regards to everybody who's sitting in their exams soon. Indeed, those are coming in less than a month. Anthony Onyango says, good morning, Spice family. Brian Otieno is here. Kesh Dani says, good morning, Wise Man City. The lovely Ndu. You see these titles, I'm liking them. Tuned in from Toronto. Good morning, HQ. King Dave says, bigger than any mountain, bigger than anything. God is bigger than every mountain, and I cannot. Okay, it is true. All right. Daniel says, good morning as well. Good morning. It's beautiful here in Kisaju. Finishing the month in style. Where is Kisaju?
Kisaju should be in Kajiado.
It's in Kajiado County.
It is in Kajiado.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Exactly. Simon Ahago reminds us that song is by Frank Sinatra. It is. And it's called The Way You Look Tonight. And it's a beautiful one, isn't it? John Macau says, good morning. Guys, thank you for joining us today. And let's get these conversations going. Karibuni. Sana. Okay, CT, we are still in Kenya.
We are definitely still in Kenya. And this is our final day.
In Kenya. Are we going somewhere?
Okay, sorry. I'm right here.
Final day in Kenya.
It's the Proverbs that have come to an end. And it's not an abrupt end. It's just an
end.
Yes. No, you see, Timuga, where did you keep those Proverbs?
You also talk to yourself?
Yes, I do.
It's good.
Say, I found it useful.
The problem is if you answer.
Right. I do answer.
See, now that's the problem.
At harvest, you know how good the millet is. At harvest, you know how good the millet is.
Do you?
That one gets me. At harvest, you know how millet is good. Well, let me digest that.
Literally digest the millet.
Yes.
So it's when you're taking it down that you know whether you have good stock or not, but you have to wait. You can't do it in the middle. You have to wait until the end of it, right? And one would hope that what you put in, you'll get out.
Yes. It's like with maize. You can actually see signs of the maize cob growing, but it's only when you start unveiling that you may discover that yes, there is a cob with probably 3 grains of maize in.
Right, and it's full. Look full from the outside.
Full from the outside because it's covered.
Yeah.
So it's at harvest time when you now want to ensure that you've done you've done justice to whatever it is you had planted. That's when you realize that either you have a good harvest or you do not.
There you go. I found the words to that song and I just must sing the first stanza for you. Someday, when I'm awfully low, when the world is cold, I will feel a glow just thinking of you and the way you look tonight.
So lovely.
It's very lovely. It's a very lovely song. Now that I've gotten it out of my system, let's look at the headlines, shall we?
Let's.
On the front page of the Standard this morning, experts, tougher times lie ahead. Well, thank you very much. Specialists are warning that the country will experience economic downturn and are advising government and Kenyans to invest in agriculture and related sectors to ride out the storm. Walala. All right. Ex-Keb's boss forfeits half his wealth in probe and says, okay, you're looking at me? Just take everything. Just take half of it. Instead of us going into a whole back and forth here, did I not, who did, who didn't, half, just go, so that we can now move on, right? I'm tired. Opinion is split on the new KCSE grading, and so these recommendations are going before Parliament, and MPs are saying nope. We are not happy with these things. We've also heard from the Speaker of the National Assembly that he said, look, these things did not come before us as a house, so how about the leader of the majority, Kimani Ichung'wah, take 2 weeks, find out what these guys are all about, and then come back to us, let's have a discussion. But for now, we're not going to talk about it. And at the same time, opinions in the education sector are split as to, do you want students to test on all subjects, or do you want them to now take the grades from the subjects that they are strong in only? It's going to be an interesting one. All right, we did see election ghosts coming alive in the Ruto-Raila talks. Former IEBC commissioners tell of how their lives have been turned upside down after they disputed last year's presidential election, with Chairman Chebukati snubbing the teams, saying it will be betrayal to employees who died as a result of their work. Okay, we'll look at those stories in detail. On the front page of The Nation, 67 MPs to lose seats. Why? What did they do?
They're saying that those 67 constituencies do not meet the population quota as set out in the Constitution. But I find it very outrageous, especially with these headlines, because the Constitution is very clear, very precise, to the point that there shall be 290 constituencies. So we may lose borderless and but whatever we do,
they remain 290.
They remain 290.
Whether there are 3 people or 50,000.
And then there is also provision in that, I think it is Article 89 of the Constitution. If you go to the clause 6 of that article, it is very clear on the requirement. A constituency must not meet the threshold. At least it must be within not more than 40%, not less than 30%. So these things are very well put it. And I think for me, this discussion that was brought about by the legal committee in Parliament, it is just meant to spark a debate and make border delimitations a subject matter in our political state and in our political statutes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We'll look at that story a little bit more in a bit. Maybe you can open that up for us, Kidogo.
Yes.
That's interesting already.
Yeah.
I think when we start looking at these articles in full, I think Peter can take this particular
story
bull by the horns.
Indeed.
Yes.
On the back page of The Nation, last minute rush. Are you surprised? Last minute rush to deal with El Nino. Okay. The NYS will be deployed as a reserve to help mitigate the effects of the flood. We are going to look into that and see exactly how that is going to be done. Okay. Today we have the Nairobian. And they told us that angry kids, why dating a single mom is a death wish. What? Why? Apparently, people are being killed by the children of these single mothers when somebody steps into the relationship who is not their father. And it's a thing. Cases of children being implicated in the death of their mother's lovers are on the rise, leading to warnings by experts that more care needs to go into how parents handle death, divorce or separation and its impact on their loved ones. I guess if you look at the headlines that you have. What do you have, Cici?
Well, the Star.
Voila. Okay.
Okay? Siasa in burnt orange, which sometimes masquerades as brown.
Yeah.
Okay? Understanding Rigiji through cocktail party effect. I don't know what on earth they mean by that, but I'm sure we will find out, won't we?
We will.
Is Ruto's Americans, okay, let me repeat this, is Ruto America's new point man for Africa? Okay, who was the old point man?
Well, maybe they were focusing on another continent.
Exactly, but on this continent, you say new, there must be an old one.
Indeed.
But anyway, we shall also look at that in detail. Now, Want server opened. This is a story in the Star. I was forced to flee at night to save my life. Maset. This is a story of former IEBC Commissioner Irene Maset on Thursday. Narrated to the National Dialogue Committee how she fled the country to save her life after caving into grave threats for her life. Okay? It's a story. Cutting expenses. Outrage over the scheme to slash fundings to parties. There's a bit of a noise here. Political parties. And why? Because the government has announced plans to relook at the political parties funding model with a view to scaling it down. Okay? At least that's one thing that's being scaled down, isn't it?
One thing is
but
being scaled down.
I also think that is touching the red lines in our politics.
Yes, it is.
Because if you look at the members of government today, they were very undermined on funding of political parties previously.
Yes, they were.
Because that is what makes political parties grow. I would be happy if you were talking about streamlining what are the requirements of political parties in Kenya rather than funding, because funding is a non-issue to me if you ask. As long as we make it so easy to operate political parties, we will continue having briefcase parties and they are not helping us. So it would be looking bad on government if they want to scale down funding, because you see, funding is based on so many things. It's based on number of MPs, number of elected leaders, how many people you
and it's very clearly stipulated.
Yes, it's very clearly stipulated. And then the political, if we start amending the political parties act now, we will lose focus on what is of much importance to the Kenyan people.
Actually, they will, because as you say correctly, streamlining matters that relate to political parties. For instance, even when it comes to the financing, looking for ways of ensuring that it is clear what the monies are intended for and what you can spend it on.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, those are the sort of things, if we were to have a discussion about, one could see. But if there's a general discussion about just reducing it,
it doesn't matter. Because like right now, if you look at how the Auditor General audits political parties, there is a lot of gray areas in matters auditing how political parties should be audited. Those are the things that we should be discussing.
Because what are they auditing, really?
Yes, yes.
Is there a clear outline as to what it is that they should be looking for? And that can only be if it is already stated that these funds that are given to political parties should be used for.
Yes.
When the Auditor General flags spendings of counties and national government, it's because there's clarity as to what the funds are intended for.
They're intended for, like I've seen, say like UDA, look at parties like maybe ODM.
Yes.
These parties, even after election, you see them continuing to have meetings after meetings, meeting members on the grassroots, because this money is intended for that purpose. It is intended to train people on advocacy. It's intended to train people on the importance of participating in electioneering. You know, those things. It was never intended for some few people to sit in big hotels in Mombasa and other places. And you know, those days. So let's talk about how we streamline how this money is spent at political, because it is not small money. It is not small money.
0.3%. Okay.
Yes.
Of all revenues collected in the country.
We are talking billions of shillings that is going to political parties. So talking about reducing the amount doesn't help us. How do you spend what you have?
Yes. Why Pamoja Bid won 2027 AFCON hosting rights? It's being said the political goodwill of the three East African heads of states immensely contributed to the successful Pamoja Bid on Wednesday that won the rights of Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania to host the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations. This is a good thing.
It's a good thing. I would say one of the best things the president has done. One of the major setbacks for football and soccer in East and Central Africa is the luxury, the inability of leaders and heads of state to actively participate in matters soccer, because these things is about goodwill.
Indeed.
It is South Africa, it is the leadership that made it possible for them to host the World Cup. So it's not even about footballing, because we are spending quite a lot of money on this tournament. And government, with William Ruto accepting to renovate 3 stadiums to international standard and build a new one, that also has contributed. The Football Federation cannot get the money to do these things. There has to be a goodwill from the leadership of any country. And people don't know, one of the quick visits by His Excellency the President to see your area. Remember one Sunday, he quickly went to Eugene.
He just popped over.
That was the discussion that was going on there on how to jointly. So I think that goodwill is okay. The footballing nation, and we must wake up and also support our country. I was at Kasarani the other day when we were playing Southern Sudan, and they beat us. And you could hear Kenyans, we are going home, man. We're being beaten by people who are actually refugees, man.
Let's take a break on that point and take a look at what's happening on the roads with traffic. Coming round to 25 minutes to 7 o'clock, we'll look at these stories more in a bit and more meat on them. Keep it here. 25 to 7.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that.
Okay, so coming around to closer to traffic hour this morning, and a little bit of movement here and there on the Thika Superhighway. It's going to come in heavy as you're coming towards Survey. That's probably the heaviest that we'll see it right about now. And before that, the Githurai area coming towards the Outer Ring Junction, not much happening there. Outer Ring itself is moving. It's coming in from that North Airport Road connection, and we have free flowing traffic all the way through to the Thika Road connection at the junction. Coming out of Westlands, you should be fine. James Kishiro not piling up, at least not just yet. Langata Road looks good. It's Friday. For some reason, Magadi Road is always bumper to bumper coming into Friday morning and then heading out towards Langata Road. So it's one to watch. If you've not left, you might want to do that now. Are you coming off Mombasa Road? You'll be fine. Traffic is going free flowing all the way to the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. It's going to slow down on the Uhuru Highway as we get closer to 7, but we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's talk Spice FM KE on X.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Looking at some of these stories in a little bit more detail. On the front page of the Standard, we've been told that experts are saying tougher times lie ahead. So if we're crying right now, there's a possibility that as we go into the very, very near future, that it's not going to look too pretty. How to get out of a hole. And they're looking at it from a country point of view. First of all, revitalizing agriculture. The sector is the engine of growth, accounting for 21.2% of the GDP and supporting livelihoods through employment and income generation. 4.8% is the GDP growth of 2022, and that's a drop from 7.6% the previous year. All right, contain inflation is one of the things that they're saying. It is important to contain inflationary pressures through timely and adequate monetary policy action to anchor inflation expectations. Sounds like jargon. We'll be able to look at that in detail. Sustainable debt. Government could pursue fiscal consolidation path to build enough buffers and bring the economy towards sustainable public debt. So right now what they're saying is that the public debt is not sustainable. The repayment and how it's going about is not, you're not going to be able to hold onto that. Diversify export products, pursue diversification of export products, and create a good environment for diaspora remittances to boost foreign exchange reserves. So these are some of the things that they're talking about. When they get to you and I in terms of what you should or should not do, what the state must do to make life bearable for all. And it goes into the details of some of this. Let's look into page 3. The government will need to heavily invest in agriculture. We looked at that. According to the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, this is KIPRA, which is in a new report said the high cost of food has hit many households hard. It's especially the case for poor Kenyans who, according to KIPRA, are now spending at least 60% of their income on buying food as high prices push essentials out of reach. So that's the situation that we're looking at. The things that you would get, basic essentials, are becoming more and more expensive, and folks are not able to afford them. It includes enhancing affordable inputs, upscaling irrigated agriculture, and adopting climate-smart practices. This will revamp the sector's resilience to weather-related shocks and provide fresh impetus for agriculture sector growth. So they're saying those are things that you can do in the mid to long term to make sure that the price of food at least comes down. The high cost of food has been among the drivers of high inflation, which peaked at 9.6% in October last year, beyond the government's upper limit of 7.5%. The inflation rate has since eased to 6.7% in August on account of recent rains and within the government's target of between 2.5 to 7.5%. We look at inflation as the increase in prices of goods and services over time. So they're saying that what government needs to do is invest in agriculture and make sure that there is food in plenty at all times. And what that will do is make it then easier for folks to purchase and not spend such a large amount of their income buying food.
And this is supposed to be achieved how exactly?
By making sure that they do everything they need to make sure that agriculture is vibrant and robust.
And have they said how these things can be granularized so we can understand them bit by bit?
You want to understand it bit by bit?
No, I don't actually. I just want to know whether they have decided to tell us, because it's a conversation that one has had many times.
Yeah, they do.
It joins the queue.
They say that enhancing affordable inputs, so obviously the cost of doing cost of materials, you're looking at fertilizer, you're looking at food for animals. If the very ingredient that you're using for these things is expensive, you're going to have a problem. They talk about upscaling irrigated agriculture, adopting climate smart practices. This will guarantee that your harvest, you see these 3 pellets of maize that we're talking about, so that all your harvest actually makes sense. If you do all these things, what you're making sure you have is a surplus of food in the market, and that it's not going to cost so much, and that people will be able to afford it. So they're saying agriculture is the way to
Actually, that's as I was telling City there, we are doing what is called the county aggregation and industrial parks. By the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry under Moses Kuria. And having studied the concept, I can tell you the kind of value chain that will be introduced into the country will make agriculture, number one, a very good business for people to venture into, because you would realize that we have not enticed young people into doing agriculture, which is actually the one that drives this economy. Because if you look at the economies of Africa, we are being rated at number 4. But when you look at our industrialization, we are just down there. So we have a lot of food that is coming. I'll give you an example in Nyandarua. Coming this December, cows will be having party after party, because people will cut carrots, cabbages, all the surpluses, because they are perishable, they cannot be kept. They'll be given to animals. That is what happens when there is the El Nino comes. The potatoes, there is an influx of potatoes in the market, and they become cheaper. But because you can't keep them for a very long time, you end up getting a lot of harvest being lost. So what do county aggregation and industrial parks do? One of the requirements that will be in those industrial parks are cold rooms, to be able to preserve the produces that do not have long shelf life. Number 2, there will be light industries that is going to aggregate and add value to things that can perish. For instance, when you do avocados in Kisii, most of them never fight their way to Mombasa, because they cannot survive the entire trip. They will perish.
Yeah.
But when you aggregate them and add value and make something out of it, you are able now to package it and give it a long life in those industrial parks. And therefore, you will ensure that there is nothing that is lost. Whatever is consumed in Kisii is consumed. Whatever can find itself into the export market goes, and what cannot make to the export market and cannot be consumed at Kisii, the point of source, it is added value to be able to be taken to the market.
Yeah.
You know,
yes,
what you're saying is beautiful.
Yes.
I've read it, I've heard of it, I've even had occasion to listen to people debating it.
Yes.
It's in the future.
Yes.
It's in the future.
Yes.
As is the nature of most things in the future, it is good. Right now, the avocados you're speaking of are being produced. Right now, as you say, farmers in Nyandarua will overharvest now. There are people in this country, when Nyandarua farmers have a glut of what they produce will have nothing. It always happens, and this year is not going to be an exception. There exists right now companies and organizations that have not just cold storage, but smart containers that can act as storage because they can be refrigerated. Meaning, you don't only just keep your produce. There's enough technology within those containers to even tell you what is there, the weight, the perishable that you're speaking of. With such an innovation, those avocados can leave Kisii and go to Mombasa.
But you know, this is the problem, City.
Yes.
These are private investments. Listen, they will come and they will buy your avocados at the throwaway price.
I actually wasn't going there.
Yes.
I'm talking about the existence of the technology.
Yes.
And the need for government. Government gets into PPPs with buildings.
That's what I'm telling you.
Now, in agriculture,
yes,
the technology to ensure that these things happen, why doesn't the government plug into it?
That's what I'm telling you. The government is already doing that. It is not actually in the future.
Give me an example of where.
No, what I'm telling you is when you look at the private sectors that are doing it today. An avocado from Kenya, if you go to Amsterdam, you will buy one avocado at about 350
about 400,
to 400
yeah.
shillings.
Yeah.
So there is no way private sector will enter into agreement with government. They want to go to Kisii, buy that avocado at 2 shillings. So this is what the government is doing. We started with Busia. The Busia County Aggregation Park that has a code room that a contract. Today, as I'm talking to you, 22 contracts are already awarded for 22 counties, which are deliverable in 9 months.
Peter, the point I'm making is a simple one.
Yes.
The government doesn't innovate or create technology.
Yes.
The government adopts technology.
Yes.
When they talk about giving schools computers, we don't manufacture computers. We get them from somewhere.
Yes.
Right.
It is that same principle that I'm saying. Is agriculture devolved?
Agriculture is a devolved function.
Precisely.
Yes.
So if all monies come from the national government,
yes,
there is a way in which whatever the private sector has done can benefit the government, national government and county. Not that you allow them to do the business as they do. You can find a way of ensuring that.
Actually, that is the whole concept, City. What we are doing is as a result of a conversation between government and private sectors. Private sector, they say, create these industrial parks and aggregation centers. And then after they do, actually in March of next year, we are having what we call an investment conference in Nairobi, bringing about investors from 200 different nations and 47 county governments. So that if you walk to Trans Nzoia County, the main aggregation will be about maize. Because it does not make sense for a truck to leave Trans Nzoia with maize to Mombasa Miras and another one to leave Mombasa Miras with flat Trans Nzoia. It does not make sense.
Sure. I think what we're getting at here is that unfortunately, while this is happening and there's a talk of exports outside the country, that there are people in the country that could also benefit from this food at a later date, and that is not happening because mechanisms have not been put in place to ensure that food can be stored, that food can be kept cold, so that you preserve it in order for people in other. Actually, I want us to go and look at some other stories, but I think this is the point here that there's a divide whereby we're pushing for commercial business, which is very, very good, but on the other side, there are people who are hungry.
Actually,
in the country today.
Because the 47 counties each is going to have an aggregation and industrial parks. This is what they have done. They have created a system where one county will know what is in the another county's aggregation. For instance, if there is a surplus of potatoes in Nyandarua, there is someone in Turkana who cannot access potatoes and they will need
or
those
food
potatoes
at all. Yeah.
or food at all. So this food, before you actually export this food, because the people in Turkana, not people make a mistake of thinking that they are so poor they don't have money to buy. Some they do, but they have no access to buy that food.
Okay.
So one of the biggest responsibility of county aggregation and industrial parks, it is to ensure that if you are in Mandela, you know where you can access potatoes. You don't need to go to Nyandarua. You just need to log into a system, ask for these potatoes and they will come to you. Somebody in Trans Nzoia, if I want maize, I'll just log in, ask maize from Trans Nzoia and it will come. And the reason why it will come, it is because they know how much maize is available and it is in those industrial parks.
Okay.
So I think I agree with City, there is a gap, but that gap is being addressed as we move on.
Let's see how that opens up. CT, can you give us your let's look at stories that you have.
You know, there was this matter of the money that political parties are supposed to share. What we often read in the papers are just the big parties. You hear UDA, you hear ODM, you hear Jubilee. But actually, this money is divided up between very many other parties. UDA gets 144 million, rather got, okay, as September 2022. ODM 77 million. Jubilee 33.7, Wiper 18, DAPK 7.9, ANC 6.6, NAC Kenya 1.8 million, KANU 5.9 million, MCCP, whatever that is, 3.1 million, TSP, whatever that is, got 2.6 million, Devolution Empowerment Party got 3.4 million.
There's a Devolution Empowerment Party.
Yes.
Nice.
PIC. There's a party called PIC. It costs 106,000 shillings. KNC got 463,000. DP got 1.3 million. PNU got 1.1 million. KSC got 304,000. Ford Kenya got 6.4 million. Progressive Party of Kenya got 788,000. Maendeleo Democratic Party 145. So this money actually goes to very many parties. And there is a big hoo-ha about it. People are saying no. Anyway, we shall see, won't we?
No, if you don't work for your party to get elected leaders and participate in the civil, those civil education and what have you, why do you want the money?
Because
it is not being given on a silver platter. If ODM, for instance, has gotten the money, they have worked. they have worked with the psychology of Kenyans to give them elective leaders that equal. So these small parties, and I say, they should be extinct. If your party cannot even amass,
they should be extinct or they should be closed.
No, they should. Which is the best thing to?
We should shut them down.
The word, not even actually. They should naturally die when we put laws that do not. Because these political parties, some of them are just there for the purpose of skimming money out of international organizations, skimming money out of government, blackmailing government into this. They should, if it's a political party, it should be a national outfit. It is not a tribal party that cannot leave Kiambu County, a party that cannot leave Turkana County. It should be a party that represents the face of Kenya. I can sit in an executive committee with someone from Mandela and someone from Kuwa or Tana River because it is a party that is representing the interest of a nation. But what we have is tribal cabals coming together and forming small political parties that do not amount to anything.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So the rain will start beating us.
Yes, they will because we keep. Look at South Africa. Look at Tanzania, CCM, ANC. These parties have existed since independence, not because they have had the best principles of governing, but because they have represented the unity of a nation. Yes.
Let's look at another kind of rain. Last minute rush to deal with El Nino is what we're being told today. The national government has embarked on a last minute rush to mobilize resources to prepare for El Nino rains. No time like the present, because El Nino is already here. Even as it emerged that the cabinet and ministries still lack substantial budgets for disaster management, the Auditor General weighed in on this and said, look, you know what, we're unprepared. But nevertheless, government officials yesterday reassured Kenyans that adequate plans were in place to prepare for the expected abnormal rains. One of the key components of the government strategy, according to Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, was the sharing of information gathered by early warning systems among response teams. So, that's one of the ways we're going to be able to sort this thing, that we've gotten this information, we shall pass on to CT headquarters, we'll tell Peter Mushendu and his people, this is what you need to do. That is one of the ways we'll be able to mitigate. He was speaking during a meeting that brought together various stakeholders to compare notes for better response and mitigation in the event of an emergency, but also to agree on the execution of roles and responsibilities during and beyond El Nino. County governments estimate that they need an emergency budget of 15 billion shillings. Are you hearing?
Yes.
15 billion.
Yes.
To sort out this El Nino guy. However, the National Treasury had asked the cabinet and government agencies to harmonize their budgets, realigning and reallocating resources as necessary. He's basically said, look with what you have, see what we can move here and there. This is an emergency. Let's see how we can deal with it. The EACC has warned that emergency funds are likely to be stolen, as was the case with COVID-19 emergency funds. So here you must be careful. And they've warned against the theft of funds. The DP urged districts to come up with realistic budgets. Don't just stick your finger in the air after licking it and say, I think that 15 billion shillings works.
I think that if the accounting officers of government state departments can come together with the CS of Treasury and look at the what you call currency expenditure, they can be able to save enough money from there. I believe the 15 billion shillings might sound as if it's a lot of money, but with cooperation from NGOs, things like Red Cross, and of course, and I insist, that money should come from the currency expenditure of government. Because as I said here, and I will repeat this again, there is no justifiable reason why a CS of government should work with 7-8 guzzlers. Because those guzzlers, they come with drivers, they come with fuel, they come with a lot of things.
Bodyguards.
Yes, and we can also cut on other than maybe the president as the head of state, we can cut a lot of foreign travels for government dignitaries.
You'll be able to
because
find
let me tell you, if you want me to give you 100 shillings to deal with an emergency, show me that you have saved 300 shillings.
No, show me that you have a strategy.
Or you have a strategy of investing it.
Peter, right now,
yes,
there is no disaster emergency outfit that has been set up. It does not exist. So every time something like this comes about, people are scrambling, putting together money, saying the counties, and you don't have one central organization that has been given the mandate to do this. It has been suggested, it's been talked about year after year. Drought came, mitigation again. Now El Nino is coming, mitigation again. COVID came, mitigation again. How about you set it up and give it the mandate to deal with this thing?
I'll tell you.
And then people don't have to start scrambling.
I'll tell you two things that are affecting us as a nation and as Africa.
Just tell us one. Because our time is running out.
It is because we do not plan ourselves well.
This is exactly what I'm saying.
And number two, we also are victims of what is called climate change, with the big nations not actually giving us the cash and they are emitting carbons, because this El Nino and these droughts are brought about by climate change. So plan ourselves well and then put our case and stamp our feet on the international community that this is as a result of you polluting the world.
Okay.
You must take charge.
We're getting to 7 o'clock, and Assist Tea is going to help us serve the tea after 7 when we think about great value that's offered in varieties of teas from the Kiptagich tea estates of Kurusoi South, giving us very many flavors: masala, lemon, black tea, purple tea, hibiscus tea. You think about it, any blend, you'll get it. It's produced and manufactured here in Kenya and also ready for the world export. Just as good as you get it around the world is as good as you get it here. Assist Tea is serving it up after 7.
spice up your life.
Good morning, this is News. I am Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto says Kenya's move to a digital space that's driving our policy, programs and agenda after understanding how technology matters. Speaking at the IBS Research Africa Lab 10th anniversary at Catholic University, Ruto said a good example is how we moved our analog data to the digital space across various sectors, adding that he was set to launch the digital ID next week.
We have transited over 10,000 government services onto the digital platform, something that many people did not imagine. Just 8 months ago, we had only 320 government services. Today, we have 10,000. And next week, I will be launching the digital ID that will make it possible for Kenyans across our country to be digitally identified and to be able to access government services using their digital identity.
Ruto further said that technology had contributed greatly to the agricultural sector by dealing with middlemen who contributed to losses to both the government and farmers.
We supplied our fertilizer using an e-forge. Many people did not believe that this was doable. We had problems with brokers and middlemen and crooks that stole our fertilizer. But because of technology, this year we didn't have a single loss to our farmers. Our farmers had access to their fertilizer, and we intend to buy their produce again using a digital platform.
Kalenjin and the Kikuyu have the highest number of uniformed officers in the Kenya prison service. The report tabled before Parliamentary Committee by Interior CS Kithure Kindiki shows that both Kalenjin and Kikuyus take up a lion's share of 5,723 and 5,335 respectively. Kindiki, however, said that the service is striving towards ensuring ethnic equality.
Current number of uniform officers in the Kenya prison service, and the members have the copies on page 2, the first table. The only comment I can make there, we do not have a Kenyan community with 0. Kenyan European, you have 1, and then Kenyan Arab, we have 2, and then the rest are provided. With regard to uniform officers, in terms of age, 20 years we have 72, 21 years 194, 63 years we have 1 person, 61 years we have 4 people, 59 years we have 301, meaning they should be retiring in the last 1 year.
Former IEBC Commissioners Irene Masit and Juliana Cherera say they fled from the country after elections due to security reasons, appearing before the National Dialogue Committee. Masit said that she'd even been rejected at home, which is at Rift Valley, as people say that she had betrayed the president.
I've never stepped in my home since that time. I've never even gone beyond my room. That time, I got calls, people telling me to drop the case. What am I doing? So many things, but I believe it's my constitutional right because I know what I did and what I didn't do. So it is because of security reasons. I'm out of the country and we're not doing even well because even the salaries we had, they were stopped. So we are living at the mercy of people outside.
On her part, Juliana Cherera said what the 4 commissioners went through is not something that they would wish any commissioner to go through, as it affected their families, especially their children.
In my late 40s, I have a young family. My last born is 7 years old. It was bad even in school. Our social life was really shorted. It was bad for my children. It was bad for my family. And I said some of things we cannot say them on camera because it is not a safe space for all of us. We've been threatened just because we spoke what we saw and what we know.
The 4, including their colleagues Francis Wanderi and Justice Nyangaya, did not regret the stunt that they took to reject the presidential results. Now, as the UDA party is expected to hold its National Delegates Congress meeting at the Bomas in Nairobi, affiliated parties in the Kenya Kwanza may find themselves at a crossroad, with the UDA insisting on the dissolution of those parties. However, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi from ANC has strongly opposed the proposal to dissolve affiliated parties and create a single party UDA.
My point remains this, that we are a multi-party nation. That is what the Constitution states. And it is important that we have political parties across the board that are dynamic, that meet the aspirations of the people, and this kind of debate is not new. I think what we should be looking for is that as we go forward, how do we strengthen political parties? How do we make them more democratic? And how do we make them more viable? That's the conversation that we should be having.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Osset.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
All right, so a few minutes after 7 o'clock, traffic on Jogo Road. Haven't looked at Jogo Road for a minute, but it hasn't been causing any issues for the last few days. We're looking at traffic then moving towards Landis, not bumper to bumper in any way. It's busy on the Thika Superhighway, and now we'll see a bumper to bumper situation as you're coming in to Survey. Service lanes will be done at that point. You'll get then towards the Pangani underpass, and then you can go out towards Moranga Road, which, by the way, is free all the way through to the Globe Cinema overpass. And we're looking at movement then coming in from Wangari Maathai. That's going to be busy. Coming out of Westlands, Chiromo, that's also busy. James Gishoro giving towards Wayaki Way, and that then comes out towards the CBD. Langachiro doesn't look too bad right about now. It looks like it's going to flow free for now and then touch on Uhuru Highway at some point. Are you coming off Mombasa Road? You're also all right as you're getting through past Capital Centre and then through towards the Nyaya Stadium roundabout. Okay, traffic hour. We'll be in it in a short while, but this is what it looks like for now this Friday morning. We want to keep things moving. Help us do that. Talk to us about where you might be stuck or where you find a good route. Spice FM, KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to...
This last Friday of September 2023, and we get into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. The hot seat is already occupied this morning as we get into a Labour conversation. And as you're up and early, let's get you up and early into registering for Kenya's largest single-day athletics event. It's back this year, and it's its 20th edition. It's the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. Join all of us at the Uhuru Gardens on Sunday, the 29th of October, as we celebrate 20 years running. Register for 2,000 shillings today at www.nairobimarathon.com. Remember that all proceeds go towards the Future Makers program, which helps young people, especially girls and people living with disability, to learn, earn, and grow. Do it today. Let's get running and help folks as well as we help ourselves. All right. Welcome to our audiences on KTN Home. Thanks for joining us this morning. And we're getting into it. Nduoko C.T. Muga here with you this morning. And our guest host for the day is governance analyst Peter Moshendu as we steer conversations this morning. The PS in the Labour and Skills Development Ministry is here with us this morning. Jeffrey Kaituko, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here, and welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you.
No pressure. We're already told that you're the top earner of the country. Your area, top earner for the country at now. So no pressure. We're going to ask you how you've done that and how you intend to.
I said no pressure 3 times.
Yeah, I'm just
pressure in itself.
laying ground for that. So as you get comfortable, CT always welcomes everybody with a proverb.
Yes. Proverbs for the whole of this week have come from a country that is well known for many things. Its wildlife, for its athletes, for its delightful beaches, and for its resilient and very, very, very industrious people.
Oh.
Do you have an idea which country that is?
Of course, Kenya.
Spoken like a true Kenyan.
Yes.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week have been from Kenya and still are. At harvest, you know how good the millet is.
At harvest, you know how good the millet is.
Yes.
One PS, what do you make of that?
My understanding, first and foremost, let me thank the wise man, because proverbs are from wise people.
Indeed.
For sharing with us that proverb. But my understanding of it is that you can only know how good something is when you see the results. Yes, that's my understanding of it.
But you have to wait, eh?
You have to wait.
You have to wait.
Yes.
Results usually take a bit of time, don't they?
Yeah, that's certainly.
Yeah. Results take some time. If we jump into it, again, we're looking at the area under which you serve as permanent secretary already being seen as the top earner in the country. That didn't take a lot of time, and according to what we're being told, we're already seeing the results. You don't have to wait for it like they do for the ear of millet, but we're already seeing that, and we're very interested in how that has come about. And when we talk about this area being the top earner, what exactly does that mean? So walk us through the journey over the last 1 year. What has happened when we're talking about labor migration, when we're talking about unemployment in the country, when we're talking about looking for jobs outside the country for Kenyans? Give us an overview of what your department has handled in the last 12 months.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very important conversation, given the importance of what we're discussing about. What I would say is that the labor migration phenomenon is not really something that has been brought about by government. There are global forces which drive this phenomenon. The Kenyan people for a long time have been moving to other parts of the world, particularly in search of educational opportunities. Not necessarily for jobs. So for many years, our diaspora consisted of Kenyans who went to the US, to the UK, and to other countries to study. And they remained behind to pursue higher education opportunities, and some of them chose to settle down in those countries. And this came about in the 90s and later when the economy wasn't doing well. But then what happened recently, and then the other dynamics came in, like globalization, technology, demographics, particularly in the West, because in the West there is a phenomenon of aging population and low birth rates. So for that reason, or rather for those reasons, we now in a situation where many Kenyans preferred going to those countries, or those who are already there chose to remain behind to get a decent living, or to make a decent living. Now, last year, based on the numbers that were shared by the Central Bank of Kenya, diaspora remittances overtook coffee, tea, and tourism, which for a long time were our top foreign exchange earners. You know, when Kenyans in the diaspora send money back home, they do that in the form of either dollars or British pound or euros. And then back home here, it's converted into Kenya shillings. And so last year, I think we earned about $500 million. 500, not $500 billion, 500 billion.
Billion, yes.
Yeah. Dollars. And then we now want to take that to a trillion. Now, the Kenya Kwanza administration, out of realization of the importance of this particular sector, decided to take charge of this space. Labor migration that government controlled was the one for Kenyans who are going to the Middle East. That is our traditional market.
Yeah.
That is the Gulf countries. And mainly the people who are going there were domestic workers. And when we came into office, there were a lot of problems in a number of countries where Kenyans who either worked as domestic workers or who had gone there before to work underwent some form of abuse. Some even died. And so there was an urgent need to regulate that space. So in the last 9 months, what the administration has basically done is want to strengthen the regulatory framework.
Okay.
We've come up with a policy, which is now before Parliament. It is called Sessional Paper Number 5 of 2023. And I think the Labour Committee is currently conducting public participation. Secondly, there is a bill which has been drafted, and it is now undergoing public participation. It's not yet gone to Cabinet for approval and thereafter transmission to Parliament. The whole purpose of doing the bill is so that we strengthen the governance of labor migration. Remember, the laws that we are using currently are the 5 labor laws of 2007. And you all know that since 2007, a lot has happened. A new constitution in Kenya, which these laws haven't been aligned to. And then also there are global forces that I mentioned earlier on that have somehow driven this phenomenon. So then you have private recruitment agents who actually do the scoping and the recruitment. And in many instances, we dealt with fake agents who actually were involved in human trafficking. And so Kenya today, as we speak, is considered to be in the red zone because it's been a source, a transit point, and a destination of human beings who are trafficked.
Yeah.
And so we wanted to manage this situation as a government so that we don't promote human trafficking in the name of labor export. We want labor export to be purely labor export while curbing or combating human trafficking at the same time.
Can I jump in and ask?
Yes, please.
On this point here, I'm interested to know what the policy framework then is going to provide. I mean, even as we continue to look at an overview of what the ministry and specifically this labor mechanism is coming in to achieve. Because if we give a background to what has really been happening with the export of labor from Kenya, is that, as you've alluded to, the situation has been at best terrible, right? Over the years, like you said, people come back dead. People go heavily mistreated. And there have been calls to have this regularized. There have been calls to make sure that there is a framework set up so that at any one time, a Kenyan leaving Kenya to go work, let's use the Middle East, obviously, as a point, because that is what has been happening, specifically countries like Saudi Arabia and the like, that at any one time, the government is aware that there's X number of Kenyans who are working here, and these are the places where they are working, so that an extension of protection then is provided for them, number one, and there is knowledge of your home country in terms of what is happening. I'm curious as to whether this new policy takes all of those things into consideration as it is before Parliament.
Precisely. What has happened is in January we took a trip to Riyadh. We met our counterparts in the Ministry of Labour there. And there's something that struck me during that trip. I realized that 90% of the problems that we were dealing with there originated back home, here in Nairobi and Mombasa in particular. And so we needed to clean up that particular space. But we could not do that when first the government itself was not well coordinated. Labor migration is carried out by different departments of government. There is foreign, diaspora, labor, immigration, then security. We met the Filipinos, the Philippines ambassador, and he shared with us a very profound concept that they have what is called one country team approach, where for everyone Filipino you see working, there is a whole government behind him, or there's security, there's labor, there's immigration, there's defense. All these people are facilitating their citizen who is abroad. And you know, as Filipinos were 700,000. Kenyans were only 120 officially.
In the Middle East?
No, in Saudi at that time. But there is a black market, and so those in the in the shadows of society, we actually don't have any numbers from that group. So then, what we factored is, one, to strengthen the coordination within government, so that labor, foreign, immigration, and also security and defense are coordinating the recruitment of Kenyans, and also protecting them when they go to the Middle East in particular, because the Middle East is where protections are needed, and Eastern Europe. Let me flag those areas. Western Europe and North America, well, to some extent, we don't have this kind of cases. There are not very many. So what the policy has done is we have factored in the issue of pre-departure training for those who are going to those countries. We have also insisted that the agencies must undergo mandatory vetting. Initially, when you apply to be a private recruitment agent, all you needed to do was to pay a fee, file the necessary documents, and that is it. But today, the directors of those particular agencies are required to appear before a multi-agency committee of government to explain a few things, including their finances. We had a case recently, for example, of a very young person, 21, who wanted to be a recruiter. So, and this was a conduit. And also we have cases of foreigners. We don't outlaw foreigners from doing that business. But there's a way in which they need to do it. So currently, therefore, we have ensured that this particular recruiters appear before the committee. And out of that exercise, I will tell you, their numbers have come down. When we came in, there were 900 of them. Today, there are 400. If you want to verify this, you can go to the NEA website. Because many of them could not meet the requirements. Yes. And this all is meant to ensure that we have safe, orderly, and regular migration of Kenyans to the Middle East and other countries. Because if we get it right with the agencies, then it will be, and also with pre-departure training, it will be easy for them to then recruit people in in an ethical manner.
You said there were some issues that you interacted with when you were in Saudi, and that you came to the realization that those issues emanated from Kenya. Can you talk about what those issues were?
Well, what I'll tell you what I saw, City. We visited a place called the Sakan. This is where girls who live different houses who run away. The problem in Saudi is that there are many Kenyans who go there. They were recruited, one by an agent who is not registered and licensed. And then when they are taken there, they realize that they were duped. So they start looking for a better employer. And then there again, you have another group of brokers. They are called the Dalalas. So the Dalalas are actually the ones running the black market. And they are Kenyans like you and me. They speak Swahili or English or Dolu or Kikuyu and so or Luya. So they trap these ladies when they get there. And a lot of these young girls, when I saw them in the Sakan, I didn't understand why we allowed them to go there, because many of them were either illiterate or too young. I confronted some of my officers, the female officers who went with me. I said, Madam, will you employ this girl in Nairobi? And all of them said no. If you can't employ her in Nairobi, why would you export her? Why would you allow that to happen?
Yeah.
Okay. And so I thought then we needed to tighten things here so that only mature and qualified persons are taken to those countries.
So are we seeing that there is actually a tightening? Because, if we talk about, there's the policy, there's what can be done before Parliament, and there's what you saw as the reality.
Yes.
And then there's also the reality that happens at an airport that is right here. That there are individuals who are escorting these young girls on flights that leave at 2 a.m, and they're leaving in droves. The escort happens to the door of the airport, and then they turn back and they leave, never looking back. They don't know where these girls are going. They don't know where they're going to end up. They just know that they have gone. So the question is, have the screws actually been tightened right at the point of departure here, to insist that as they leave, that can an immigration official at the airport actually ask the question, where are you going? To whom are you going to report? What's your job? Should you have all of that documented information before you leave Kenya? Can an immigration official then at this point today make that request? And if the information is not given, then denial then becomes the next thing. Denial of travel then happens.
That is a very, very important point you make. That in fact has been our problem because of one, non-adherence to the laid down procedure by the agents, and then number two is the collusion by law enforcement, including immigration officers. We have had a number of conversations with our colleagues in immigration, and this is why I say that part of our problem was weak and uncoordinated labor migration, because we wanted to be on the same page so that only those migrant workers who have been processed through our system as Ministry of Labor, are tested by Foreign Affairs, are allowed to exit this country. Recently, and you saw the case of Lebanon. Because now we are dealing very well with Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Now there's another route called Lebanon. And Lebanon technically is considered to be a country at war. And the agents have been taking people. So we've written to immigration. Personally, there is that letter, which I did. And then the police. And we requested them to stop any Kenyan migrant worker from going to Lebanon. However, the cure to this is something that we are proposing at the moment, that for you to go out, there should be a document.
Yes.
It may be an electronic in the form of a barcode, or it may be a card, for example. That will be in your documents, which you have to give to the immigration officer. Secondly, we have also requested for a special desk at JKIA and also Moi International Airport in Mombasa, where those migrant workers can be processed. This is the case in the Philippines. The Philippines is actually considered to be the highest standard in terms of labor migration, to be the one that sets the standards there in that area. So then, if we get that, if we get an identification, and then immigration officers buy into that, then we'll be able to crack down on this problem together with the police. Yeah.
Can we take a break at this point? And even as we do that and look at one of the trafficking matters that you've spoken about, there's a conference that's happening in Mombasa next week by the judiciary. And they're looking at strengthening conversations and adjudication around dialogue on transnational organized crime and illicit financial flows. And I think this bleeds in very well to that. So that happens from the 3rd to the 5th of October. It's focusing on the role of the courts in the prevention and response to transnational organized crimes and initial financial flows. It's convened by the Kenya Judiciary Academy and its partners. There will be 21 judges from different African countries here in Kenya, and it's convened by Chief Justice Martha Koome, and it provides a platform for policy leadership to improve transnational justice. During the forum, the training institutes will bring together and talk about the challenges and potential dangers of some of these things that we face. And I think that's interesting because it comes together with what we're talking about this morning. That happens from the 3rd to the 5th of October, and you can watch the conference live online and on TV. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. It's 7:30. The Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labour is our guest. For the next 1.5 hours, we continue looking at these important issues. Keep it Spice FM. We continue after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now, I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
That is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's betting, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic, that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Degrees and sunny conditions in Nairobi, highs of 26, and we'll see lows of 14. It's 13 and sunny in Nakuru, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 24 in a sunny Nyeri, going down to lows of 15. It's sunny at 14 in Eldoret, highs of 24 and lows of 12, and mostly cloudy at 25. In Mombasa, with highs of 30 and lows of 24. It's mostly cloudy this morning in Malindi, highs of 30 and lows of 25, and at 19, Kisumu is sunny with highs of 29. 28 will be the high in a sunny Kakamega at 18. It's sunny at 20 in Kampala with highs of 28. Dar es Salaam is cloudy at 26 with highs of 30 and lows of 23. 12 and cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 24 and lows of 12. And at 25, it's cloudy in Lagos with highs of 30. Kinshasa, cloudy at 25 with highs of 34 and lows of 24.
Spice up your life.
All right, getting into the nose of traffic hour right now. Traffic on the Thika Super Highway was coming in heavy towards Survey, but it's not too crazy right now. We're looking at bumper to bumper as you come past that outer ring junction. Service lanes will help until you get to the drift, and at that dip, you'll just have to go with the flow. Coming on Kiambu Road, there's some movement, but bumper to bumper at some parts as you get towards Muthaiga Square. Coming out of Westlands, we'll see some traffic as you come towards the expressway. Waiaki Way looks pretty busy, but traffic is flowing. Uhuru Highway is also pretty busy. Your different junctions coming in from the Nyayo Stadium roundabouts. You'll get to Lusaka and then Bunyala and then to the Haile Selassie Junction. All of this moving, but you'll get stuck here and there. But for the most part, I think we're fine. We're going to keep an eye on things. Let's talk Spice FM KE on X.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Labour, Jeffrey Kaituko, is our guest this hour, and we are looking at a number of things in terms of what has been achieved and the work that's carrying on at the ministry, and just coming off labour migration and how that is working in the country.
You know, every time we have a guest in the studio, we normally ask them to tell us a little bit about themselves. Now, apart from being or having or sitting in the docket you currently sit, you've had a stab at politics, but even before having a stab at politics, you've been someone who's been very, very actively involved in social matters within the communities that you come from. But to put some very delightful icing on it, you actually wrote a book. Now, when someone writes a book, that book tells you more about the person than anything else. Tell us about this book, Getting Things Done, a Key to Exemplary Leadership. What made you think of writing this book? How did it come about?
Thank you very much, Siti. This book came about as a result of a challenge that I was given in 2019 when I went back to my alma mater in the US, that is Western Michigan University. I was receiving an award. At that time, I was serving as an advisor to the then Deputy President. And previously, as you mentioned, I had worked as for a long time in my home county of Turkana, managing programs, projects, and then finally getting elected as the first speaker between 2013 and 2017. Therefore, that afforded me the opportunity to pioneer the evolution. So this university decided to honor me with this award, which for many years when I was a student there, I never saw many Africans receiving it. So when I went for the ceremony, I was asked to do a speech. And in the course of that speech, one of the professors asked me, now, Geoffrey, you seem to have done very well as a leader, as a person. What are you doing to help other people, especially younger people, to rise, to be either leaders or to succeed in their own right? So I gave a response that, I am in mentorship, I have done this and that. But that triggered something at the back of my mind. So when I came back home, I kept asking people, what do you think that is? How can I be more impactful to particularly younger people and other Kenyans, other Africans, and humanity in general? And so I met a friend who is British but from Uganda. And he told me, Geoffrey, at your age, you can even write 3 books. Your story should be read. So I asked him, how do I do it? And told me it's very easy, let's do it. So this became a project during COVID because there wasn't much work to do. So I started writing just to put down my story, the lessons I've learned in the course of life, and also as a leader, both at the county level and then at the national level. So basically, this is a life story. It's a life book. I'll also consider it a leadership book because I've shared leadership lessons, what I learned during the evolution, leading the MCS. You know, when I came in, you people talked of pressure. There's no pressure you can face in this country like that of being a speaker of MCS. Because
and why is that?
Because you can be impeached very easily. When we got in city,
your bosses.
They're your bosses. They elected you, but the threshold is very high. In between 2013 and 2015, they impeached about 6 speakers, and most of them are individuals who had served as advocates of the High Court of Kenya.
Starting with us from Kiambu.
Yes, that
the first time.
And the reason being, when you sit here, I've narrated those stories here. When you sit there, this is not a court of law. When you're presiding, this is a political court. So essentially, this is, I had to put down this, just one, to inspire, educate, and also share experiences. I realized when I was an advisor, there was no reading material because the advisory practice for presidents, prime ministers is a recent phenomenon in Africa.
Right.
So I thought, let me put in what I think about it now that I had the opportunity to serve for 4 years as an advisor at the presidential level.
Yes.
Yes.
So even as you speak about getting things done, looking at the Ministry of Labour here, and again, looking at you being this ministry being called the top earner of the year. What are we talking about here? Are we talking about because of diaspora remittances, and that's why we see that a lot of money coming in essentially through Kenyans who are abroad working comes back into the country, or are we looking at other things? And if we segue to some of the other matters that we talk about, we heard the president just a couple of days ago talking about, creating jobs for Kenyans to go work outside of the country. You've had many talks with representatives from different countries over the last couple of months, Austria, Belgium, and Germany, looking at opportunities for Kenyans. Does that all make up to this ministry then being the top earner? And then what are the plans going forward?
That is correct. You are spot on. And I'm inspired by, I think, your home country where you originally came from. What they get is 2.6 trillion. They are number one when it comes to diaspora remittances because you have a big diaspora.
Right.
Now, what is happening is that there is demand for our labor. Labor, just like any other economic factor, is governed by forces of demand and supply. So most of those Western countries are beginning to experience labor shortages. They no longer have the kind of workforce that is capable of sustaining their developed economies. So they are looking up to developing countries and like Kenya and others where we have a surplus, particularly of skilled labor or people who are highly educated, highly skilled, but have no jobs. So our dilemma as a government is, what do you do? Do you let this person waste away at home, or you have the opportunity and the option of facilitating this person to go to another country and be more productive? So remittances is just part of that, but also getting employment opportunities. Today in Kenya, one of the top issues is unemployment. And for a long time, we paid lip service as society, as leaders, to unemployment. But now this is a reality we can no longer run away from as Kenyan people or Africans here. We have to find a solution to unemployment. We have, in a way, we have to do something about it. And so labor migration is one of the strategies we think will be able to assist us in denting that particular problem, in reducing unemployment. Our unemployment is fundamentally a youth bulge.
Yes.
It is different in other countries. But then you have Kenyans here who are trained in hospitality. There are Kenyans who are very good in ICT. There are Kenyans who have other skills. And so we will want those Kenyans since they are not anyway employed here at home, we'll want them to have opportunities in other countries. When they come back also, there'll be skills and technology transfer. It's not just about money only. But then that is why we need to have a robust return and reintegration program, so that when you come back home, you don't just come back and you waste away again. We come back, you get a place where you can be socialized into the community or into the country, and then you get to use your skills that you acquired in another country. We also noted that within Africa, our Kenyan professionals have a niche. Whether you're talking of Southern Africa, Central Africa, West Africa, you find that Kenyans are well regarded. And they serve as teachers, lecturers. They are in hospitality industry across the continent, and they are well respected. And so we will want them to encourage them also to pursue those opportunities, those who can. Yes.
It would sound as though then Kenyans essentially who would not be able to find a job here then are being primed for the international market. Does the Ministry of Labour, and then looking at where you're speaking of labour migration, then again prime those who are going through school to be accepted in a local market? So sure, there is the external option, but then it doesn't take away from the problem that is here that causes such a huge bulge when it looks at unemployment. So for looking at solving the unemployment issue here in Kenya, that obviously there is more demand than there is supply when it comes to work and viable work as such. So yes, there's the external option for having people, go out, get jobs. We know also that you can be remote but work, somewhere else through digital platforms. But still doesn't take away the fact that there is a problem here, that there's more on one side than there are on the other side. So what would you say is being done to actually solve that problem? Does the ministry get involved at the education sector, where we're saying, you know what, let's not churn out so much of this because we don't have we don't have enough in terms of uptake when they come out on the other side of graduation? What's being done to actually look at that unemployment problem and reduce the percentage?
Yeah, that is very important, because I've also met Kenyans who tell me, Bwana PS, we don't want to go out. We want to remain here at home and make our contribution here. Yes, you can remain here at home if you have the skills that are needed by our local market here. So, and this is now why we need to look at the issue of skills mismatch, because sometimes I think we overtrain in certain areas and undertrain in others. Or we train individuals in certain disciplines, and then we are told that these people don't have the kind of skills that are needed. So then this is why we have the skills development component now in our ministry, because of the realization of the fact that skills development in particular is the currency of the modern labor market. So we are having a conversation with the Ministry of Education. There is a whole state department for TVET. There is another state department for higher education and also basic education. So we have to adopt a holistic approach where we have to prepare the Kenyan child from the beginning to the end. I recently visited South Korea, and I saw how even children who are being prepared, how they're being exposed. They have centers, and then schools bring them there. Then young people, then middle-aged people, women, different demographic groups. And so here in Kenya, we want to adopt that approach of making young people experience what does it mean to be a doctor, to be an engineer, to be a firefighter, to be a soldier, for example. But we can't do this as labor alone. We must engage with education.
Right. Exactly.
Because they are the source of labor. Yeah, that is what I normally say. The Minister of Education is the source of labor. The Minister of Health is the source of labor. All the institutions and all the other training bodies, including the NYS. And so the issue of skills matching is important, but that has to be done. The training is to be done by the Minister of Education and the institutions they accredit. Our work as labor is therefore to ensure that this particular trainees or graduates have access to the market and have the kind of skills that are needed by the market. And so in preparing them also, we are now engaging with private sector. We want to expand the internship program, the apprenticeship program, which is under the Ministry of Labor, so that we expose our young graduates to different kind of environments, work environments. Yes.
Of recent, we have seen the president going out there and speaking with nations like Germany that we want to provide labor, especially those are coming out of TVET training and what have you. Now that we have already seen Saudi Arabia and other countries speaking of opportunities that Kenyans can go, what is the fast tracking of making sure that our laws are, one, conversant with our constitution, and they are also conversant with the international labor laws, so that if today we export engineers to Germany to work on those car companies, what is the plan? Because it is right now, the laws that we are using, we have said they are not in concurrent with what the constitution says, and maybe at times in contravention with some international labor laws. What are we doing to ensure this mass exodus? We want to officially now take Kenyans out there. The laws, are we going to protect these Kenyans that we want to export as a government? Leave alone those private arrangements that people do. But here we are now talking government to government agreements. What are we doing to ensure that the Kenyans that may get those opportunities are protected, as well as government being protected by individuals who go there, so that they also don't misrepresent the name of our government?
Yes, that's very good. It's good you've asked that. What we've done is we have sent out bilateral labor agreements, which are frameworks for engagement with other governments, and we are about to enter into negotiations. We've sent out 19 of them to different countries, Germany being one, the other one is Austria. The UK, we have a standing BLA, bilateral labor agreement with the UK, signed in 2021 for the supply of 20,000 nurses, but also the UK has other opportunities. And then we want to improve the existing frameworks in the Middle East. And so bilateral labor agreements are the tool, or rather will be what will govern our government-to-government engagement in this arrangement of exporting migrant workers. Because according to ILO, and also in terms of the experience, countries like Philippines, like India, that have BLS with other nations, their citizens, one, are given preferential treatment when it comes to job opportunities by those other countries. Number two is they are afforded protections by the other government, because this is now a formal arrangement. But also the other arrangement is government to business, where we as the government of Kenya can contract an MOU with a big company like Microsoft, Google, that's so that we request them to provide opportunities to Kenyans. So that's called government to business. The first one is government to government.
Yep.
And then, of course, there's private government, there is business to business, which is a private sector kind of arrangement. For example, our Chamber of Commerce here in Nairobi, or rather in Kenya, and a sister chapter in another country, you get into it. And, chamber is very important in these things that we are talking about.
Yeah.
And so, therefore, these are frameworks. If we implement them after negotiating and monitor them properly, we should be able to secure opportunities for our citizens, and also we should be able to protect them, because we'll have a guarantee from the other government that we have negotiated with, of them taking care of our citizens. Yes.
Nice.
Okay. Even as we talk about, the streamlining of processes that has happened specifically between Kenya and Saudi Arabia, today there still are some issues in terms of people who've gone to work, and under certain circumstances things have happened. So one of three things happens: they go missing, they are ill, and they have no recourse in terms of treatment to then be able to leave that particular employment and come back to Kenya, or unfortunately they pass on for under whatever circumstances. There've been several. What is the preparation by government today to be able to deal with such a sticky situation in the event that somebody is missing? Can a Kenyan in Kenya come to the Ministry of Labour, using also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? How would a negotiation or how would an intervention work, whereby I come and I say, my person is ill, I cannot get in touch with them, or my person is missing, I cannot find them? What interventions are in place from the ministry level to start to deal with those matters? Because we do have them, and as long as earth is earth, there will be more. How does that happen now in a streamlined manner?
Yes, thank you very much. In the last 9 months after we visited Saudi Arabia, we were able to put in place a bilateral mechanism between us and the Saudis, and it's been working very well, and I chair that on behalf of Kenya, that team. There is a deputy minister who chairs on behalf of the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development of Saudi Arabia. And initially when we started, there were bi-weekly meetings. Now they are monthly meetings. Then we were handling too much. And therefore, a lot of those matters that you've mentioned were things that we dealt with and we still deal with. When this is brought to our attention by a family member, by an elected representative, what we do is we engage first through National Employment Authority. We get to know who was the agent who took this person to that country. The agents are bonded. One day they are expected to facilitate the return of a migrant worker.
Okay.
So, and there is money they pay for that to happen. And then, so we trace the employer on the other side through the agent. Secondly, we also use the Ministry of Human Resource and Social Development, that is the Ministry of Labour in that country. And that's and Qatar also, there are a few issues. But let me speak of Saudi. So through that mechanism, we are able to assist our Kenyans. Then there's the Diaspora State Department, which was created by the president to attend to the welfare of Kenyans. So where we do not have the Ministry of Labour officials, like a labor attaché. In Saudi, we have a labor attaché. In Qatar, we have a labor attaché. UAE, we have a labor attaché. Where we have labor attachés, our labor attachés will follow up the cases. Where we don't have labor attachés, the officials from the Diaspora State Department are the ones who we give the information, and it is them who now help with the evacuation or will help with with the Kenyans. If it is one, it is a group. Sometimes it can be a group of 5 Kenyans trapped in another corner of the world.
Right.
Currently, we are dealing with a live issue in Malaysia. Okay, of Kenyans who went there and got stuck. So the State Department for Diaspora Affairs, together with Labour, is assisting, and together with Foreign, in bringing back those Kenyans.
Okay.
Yes. So there is a whole government now approach towards assisting Kenyans when we get those cases, either from family members or from members of parliament. We have been able to repatriate a number of bodies of Kenyans who die. Some of them die of natural causes.
Sure.
There are those who, of course, who die of abuse, and we have asked our counterparts to help us in pursuing the culprits. What I'll tell you is, I think we had abandoned our people for a long time. When you abandon your citizens, there's nothing that stops an employer from abusing them. But when they know that the government is behind these people, they shy away. So a lot of those cases are reducing because now there is this engagement.
Sure.
So
can
employers.
People, So can people come to people who are in Kenya today, who have relatives who are outside the country, still using Saudi Arabia as an example, where do they go? Do they come to the ministry? Is there a reporting center? Who do they go to speak to? Do they go to the office and ask for whomever they can find on the day? Is there a centralized reporting area where people can come to and say, this is my issue, who can deal with it here before, those bilateral conversations begin?
Yes, there was. Initially, we used to refer them to NEA, National Employment Authority, because it is National Employment Authority that is in charge of private recruitment agents, and we still use them to track. But now the president established the Labor Management Department within the ministry, and we have set up a one-stop shop in the Ministry of Labor at the NSSF building.
Okay.
So anybody who has an issue now can come to NSSF, Block C, 7th floor, and report the matter there. The officers seconded to that one-stop shop to deal with those cases. When they bring to my attention, I fast-track it with our ambassador in that country, because we are in contact with them. I also talk to my colleagues in foreign, and so we are able to get real-time support to our citizens who are stuck, in difficult situations. Another something that is coming up in the bill, which is going to help us, is the Migrant Workers Welfare Fund.
Okay.
And I'll be happy if we can speak briefly to that, because I think lately it's taken a lot of flack. From where I sit, I think people haven't read what this fund is proposed to do. Because we want it to be this fund, once it is enacted, the bill is enacted into law, the fund will come into being. That fund, in our view, is going to be a safety net in terms of making Kenyans who don't have insurance to access medical support, those who don't have air tickets to be able to procure tickets for them, so that we don't have a situation like the one that we have now, where we are solely reliant on an agent, and when an agent decides to hide or to escape, we are left with a difficult situation. Yes.
Let's open up the details of that fund right after we come in after the top of the hour, because we're getting into it just now. We're coming close to 8 o'clock. The Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labour is our guest, and we continue with these conversations. So there's a fund. It's a welfare fund. There are questions about it. Let's look into it when we come back after this. It continues on Kenya's biggest conversation. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto said Kenya will partner with the private sector to develop the country's digital economy. President Ruto said the government has made a deliberate decision to use technology to develop its policies, programs and agenda in accelerating development. He mentioned the move to ensure that all government services are transferred to the digital system as a sufficient example that technology is now developing the country's economy.
Speaking during the 10th anniversary celebrations of the IBM Research Lab Africa at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, the president said Kenyans can access 10,000 services online. Immigration's Principal Secretary Julius Bitok says the planned national digital identity rollout will transform the country for the better, urging Kenyans to embrace the initiative. Bitok said that the proposed Maisha number rollout, slated to be officially unveiled Monday, will be critical in enhancing service delivery to Kenyans. He stressed the government's readiness to listen to the views of all stakeholders, including citizens, the private sector and rights organizations, to guarantee the success of the project. And Chief Justice Martha Koome has taken a significant step towards improving the efficiency of the judiciary system with the introduction of new guidelines aimed at expanding and expediting the payment of fines and cash bail. These guidelines address the concerns of court users and harness technology to streamline the process. One notable change is that the processing of payments will now occur in open court, increasing transparency. This move is in line with the judiciary's adoption of technology using the case management system, which enables electronic payment of court fines, fees, and deposits. The weatherman's recent forecast showing that the dreaded El Nino rains will start in October has sent the country into panic mode, with the government and other non-state actors moving to put in place emergency measures to forestall a possible humanitarian crisis. But one category of people that is often ignored by any such interventions is the old people in Kenya, most of whom have been abandoned in their homes as their children migrate to towns to find jobs, with the Kenya Housing and Population Census 2019 showing that the number of the country's elderly population has risen to nearly 3 million. Fears are that the aging crisis could be causing pressure on families that have to dig deeper to take care of the elderly. Now, the government has set aside 1.1 billion shillings this year to compensate victims of the wildlife conflicts. This is according to Tourism Cabinet Secretary Penina Malonza. Already there are 2,600 claims which have been paid for. Speaking at the University of Embu during the World Tourism Day celebrations, Malonza said the government is committed to ensure the victims are paid before the end of the year. The CS lamented that it has been taking too long to compensate those affected and promised that the matter will be addressed. And police have arrested a 28-year-old woman who is believed to have been involved in the murder of her husband at their home in Kuwa, West Migori County. According to Kuwa West Sub-County Police Commander Ruben Bett, the suspect, identified as Celestine Gatti, is the prime suspect in the murder of her 32-year-old husband James Omahe, who was killed by 3 armed attackers while he was accessing their home at Masangora location. The police boss said investigations into the matter are still ongoing, but preliminary findings have linked the woman who is detained at Kehanja police station to the killing. And Sports Cabinet Secretary Ababu Namwamba has affirmed Kenya's commitment to successfully host the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations jointly with neighbors Tanzania and Uganda. Speaking after arrival from Cairo, Egypt, where the Confederation of African Football gave the 3 East African countries the 2027 AFCON hosting rights, Ababu said preparations for the tournament go beyond the infrastructural demands placed by the Continental Football Governing Body. The CS was flanked by a Football Kenya Federation Supremo Nick Mwenda, declared that the East African Pamoja bid won on merit, and the member states are ready to confirm it through the thorough preparations which will soon commence in earnest. Now, British and Nigerian civil society groups have urged the British government to return funds confiscated from Nigerian politicians James Ibori, a convicted fraudster, to his country in a swift and transparent way so the money can benefit ordinary Nigerians. In a letter to Britain's Home and Foreign Affairs Minister, a coalition of close to 50 NGOs said the long-delayed confiscation process had undermined the strong anti-corruption message sent by Ibori's conviction of a decade ago. A former governor of the oil-producing Delta State in southern Nigeria, Ibori pleaded guilty in a London court in 2012 to 10 counts of fraud and money laundering and was handed a 13-year jail sentence, of which he served about half before going home. This is News. I'm Dennis Asero. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, still busy in most parts of the city. We're looking at traffic still coming in on Huru Highway out towards the CBD. It's busy on Jago Road. Landis is bumper to bumper. And we're looking at traffic in both directions, in and outbound. As you come out of Westlands, you'll be all right. Chiroma looks busy right about now. And on the thicker superhighway, not doing too badly. Just past Surveys where we'll see the most of it, then going towards that Pangani underpass. Usual suspects right around now. And also coming in from Langata Road, you'll be fine getting into the city real quick and in a hurry. Nothing's going to slow you down right about now. Be careful regardless. Okay. North Airport Road coming in from Cabanas and then going towards the Outer Ring Junction and then on towards the Eastern Bypass. Also, you'll slow down in some parts, but for most of it, you'll be able to get through without any hold-ups. So we're getting into it. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X and keep things moving this Friday.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your
8 o'clock into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Friday, the 29th of September. And the conversation continues this hour. It's a 2-hour stint with the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labour, Jeffrey Kaituko. And we've started off talking about the plans, the implementations that the ministry has in place when it comes to labour outside. It will be interesting to look at some of those policies for what is happening inside the country for Kenyans who remain here. Before we get on to that, I want to talk to you a little bit about running. The Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon comes in on the 29th of October. It's the 20th edition of it. It's a special one because it's been happening for 20 years. And this time, they're saying register now, www.nairobimarathon.com. Why is it so special? Because you're not just running for your health or running to keep moving, but you're also running and contributing towards the Future Makers program. It's a program where it ensures that young people, kind of the ones that we're talking about today, that young people have an opportunity, especially girls and those with disability, to learn, earn and grow. It's Kenya's biggest single-day athletics event. It takes place on the 29th of October. Register today with 2,000 shillings and get ready to run on the 29th. CT had a proverb for us at the beginning of the hour, and here we are again at another hour. Let's remind ourselves of what that is.
Yes, it's actually the same proverb. The proverb hasn't changed with the hour.
No.
Same proverb. At harvest, you know how good the millet is. Yes. Only at harvest. Before then, you can only hazard a guess.
Indeed.
But when you harvest, then you're clear about what it is that you've harvested.
Indeed, some of the things at the ministry, hopefully that the results we'll see will be good ones, and it will not be a kernel of or 3 on a whole ear of millet, but maybe more, isn't it? So,
yes, I think I feel he's the right man to engage him on 2 acts that have been bothering me, that have been abused over the years by the Riba community in the country. One of them is the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 2007. And the other one is the Work Injury Benefit Act. One, the Occupational Safety Health Act has not covered extensively on the, the mental health that people are being put under in their working spaces. It has never explicitly talked about mental health. Mental health is standing to be one of the health hazard in the working spaces that is here to be addressed. The other one is the what we call the Work Injury Act. That if you go to litigations today at the courts, there are thousands and thousands of litigations that never comes to conclusion, that are based on injuries that have happened in workplaces, and employers, including government, have not honored so many rulings in court in favor of those people who have been injured in the working space. And because those are some of the things that are affecting our workers both here and out there. What are we doing to ensure that, one, we address the mental health? I'll tell you, if you take your daughter if your daughter goes to, Lebanon, and she cannot be traced, you have a double tragedy of her suffering there and mental health that engulfs the parents here. So what are we doing to address those issues? Because they are turning out to be some of the things. I recently was involved in tracing and returning back a young girl from my village. But when she came, we had to commit her into a mental institution because of what she has gone through. It has also affected the parents. These are things that needs to be addressed, and what the minister is doing about them.
Yes, I'm glad you brought up the issue of occupational safety and health, and also Workers' Injury Benefits Act. As I mentioned, these are laws that were made in 2007, and they are now out for review. In the month of April, we visited our sister nation of Tanzania, because we have had problems with the implementation of Occupational Safety, Health and Workers' Injury Benefits Act. It is true what you're saying. Even the court has found it hard to implement WIBA. It's becoming untenable. And this is a conversation that we have to confront.
Yes.
But we need the support of employers in that area of occupational safety and health. In Tanzania, what has happened is that they have modernized their...
Nimekuja tena leo ili tuweze kuzungumza swala letu au somo ambalo Mungu alitupatia kuhusu kumjua Mungu wako. Na kama tulivyokwisha kuanza, tunaendelea, na nilivyokukaribisha tena ninazidi kukaribisha kwamba uendelee kunifuatilia, kwa sababu kuna mambo mengi ambayo utajifunza kwa habari za Mungu na ibada. Kwa hiyo acha kwanza tumshukuru Mungu wa mbinguni ili tuanze kwa pamoja. Ninakushukuru Muumba wa mbingu na nchi, jina lako Yesu Kristo. Ninasema ni asante kwa muda huu ambao umeniwezesha tena kusimama mbele za watoto wako, mbele za watu uliojiumbia nafsi yako kwa ajili ya utukufu wako, ili kwamba nipate kuzungumza habari njema za ufalme wako. Mimi ni chombo tu, lakini ujuzi na maarifa ninaomba Roho Mtakatifu uchukue usukani, ukaifanye hiyo kazi kwa ajili ya utukufu wa jina lako. Lile ambalo singeliweza, ninaomba Roho ukatende kazi kwa ajili ya utukufu wa jina lako, na kwenda kusimama kinyume na mamlaka yote ya mwovu shetani na ufalme wote wa giza, na nyamazisha na kukanyaga kwa uweza wa jina la Yesu Kristo lipitalo majina yote. Amena. Karibu tena mtazamaji wangu, kama vile nilivyotangulia nisema kwamba somo letu linasema mjue Mungu wako. Na nikirudi nyuma kidogo ni summarize kidogo ili niweze kukusaidia wewe wenda ni mara yako ya kwanza kufuatilia programu yetu hii. Ni kwamba the reason why tuna somo ambalo linasema umjue Mungu wako ni kwa sababu duniani tunaamini ya kwamba miungu wanaoabudiwa ni wengi. Na tunaamini kwamba Muumba wa mbingu na nchi ni mmoja tu. Mbingu na nchi ziliumbwa na Mungu mmoja. Lakini duniani hapa tunapoishi, miungu wanaoabudiwa ni wengi sana, wengi sana. Na mmoja wapo kati ya miungu wanaoabudiwa ni Muumba wa mbingu na nchi. Lakini tunalo jukumu la kutaka kutambua kati ya miungu wale wanaoabudiwa hapa duniani ni yupi aliye wa kweli. Na katika somo letu nilisema hivi, Mungu wa kweli ni yule ambaye aliumba mbingu na nchi. Kwa hiyo haijalishi unaabudu nani, unaabudu nini, lakini sifa ya kwanza ya Mungu wa kweli ni yule ambaye aliumba mbingu na nchi, akaiumba dunia na vitu vyote vijazavyo, akaziumba mbingu na jeshi lake lote ameliamuru. Kwa hiyo huyu ndiye Mungu wa kweli, yule ambaye alimuumba mwanadamu kwa mfano wake na kwa sura yake, akampulizia mwanadamu pumzi ya uhai puani mwake, mwanadamu akawa nafsi iliyo hai. Huyu ndiye Mungu wa kweli. Na nikasema ya kwamba mwanadamu, kwa mujibu wa neno la Mungu, mwanadamu aliye na akili timamu ni yule ambaye ataabudu Mungu aliyemuumba. Mwanadamu anapaswa kuabudu yule aliyemuumba. And the reason why unapaswa kuabudu aliyekuumba ni kwa sababu yule aliyekuumba ndiye aliye na uwezo wa kukutoa uhai au wa kukufanya uishi. Yule ambaye alikuumba ndiye aliye na neno la mwisho juu ya maisha yako. Aweza kukutajirisha, aweza pia kukufukarisha. Yule aliyekuumba ndiye aliye na mamlaka yote juu ya maisha yako. Aweza kufanya nawe chochote kile atakacho, na wala hakuna mtu atakayemuuliza kwa nini umeyafanya haya, mbona umeyafanya haya, na kwa nini haukuyafanya hayo, kwa sababu yeye hana mtu ambaye anaweza kumuuliza chochote, maana hana mtu ambaye anaweza kutoa ripoti kwake kulingana na kazi anazozifanya. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Na ndio maana yeye anaitwa Mungu wa miungu yote. And the reason why anaitwa Mungu wa miungu yote ni kwa sababu Mungu mwenyewe anatambua ya kwamba duniani miungu ni wengi. Na ndio maana yeye anajiita kuwa Mungu wa miungu, maana anatambua uwepo wa miungu mingine. Jambo la pili, anajiita mfalme wa wafalme kwa sababu anatambua uwepo wa wafalme wengi duniani. Kwa hiyo kama Mungu mwenyewe anatambua uwepo wa wafalme wengine, wewe na mimi hatuwezi kukataa kutambua presence au existence ya wafalme wengine, kwa sababu Mungu mwenyewe tayari anawatambua kwamba wapo na anakubali wapo, lakini yeye ni mfalme wa wote. Jambo lingine, yeye ni Bwana wa mabwana. Mungu anapojiita Bwana wa mabwana ni kwa sababu anatambua ya kwamba hapa duniani mabwana ni wengi. Mabwana ni wengi. Na kama Mungu ametambua mabwana ni wengi, yeye sasa ni Bwana wa wale wote mabwana wanaoheshimiwa na watu, wanaotumikiwa na watu, wengine wanainamiwa na watu, wanashujudiwa na watu, kwamba wao ni Bwana, wamejiaminisha kwa watu kwamba wao ni uweza mkuu wa Mungu. Lakini muumba wa mbingu na nchi, yeye anasema yeye ni juu ya yote, na hivyo ndivyo ilivyo. Kwa hiyo kwa sababu hiyo tuna jukumu moja la kutamani kujua kati ya wale miungu tunaoabudu hapa duniani ni yupi yule ambaye ameziumba mbingu na nchi. Kwa sababu tumesema Mungu wa kweli ni yule ambaye ameumba mbingu na nchi. Mungu wa kweli ni yule ambaye amemuumba mwanadamu. Mungu wa kweli ni yule ameziumba mbingu na jeshi lake lote. Mungu wa kweli ni yule ambaye ameumba dunia na vitu vyote vijazani. Lakini ni nani na anaitwa nani? Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Tukasema ya kwamba lazima tuangalie kati ya miungu tunaoabudu, wale ambao tunawajua, ni nani aliye na sifa za uumbaji. Kwa hiyo tulisoma katika kitabu cha Mwanzo sura ya 1 ambayo inasema ya kwamba hapo mwanzo kulikuwako neno. Naye neno Mwanzo sura yake ya 1 na mstari wa 1 inasema hapo mwanzo Mungu aliziumba mbingu na nchi. Ina maana mwanzo wa yote Mungu aliumba mbingu na nchi. Lakini nikasema hivi, kama Mungu aliumba mbingu na nchi, ina maana mbingu na nchi hazikuwepo kabla yazo kuumbwa na Mungu. Kwa hiyo Mungu alipoziumba ndo zilipata kutokea. Lakini kuna jambo moja ambalo hatupashi kusahau. Mungu aliyeziumba mbingu na nchi lazima awe yule ambaye alitangulia kabla ya mbingu na nchi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Sa jambo hili lazima tupate kulielewa. Hakuna mtu awezaye kuumba mbingu na nchi ikiwa yeye hakuwepo kabla ya mbingu na nchi. Lazima awe ndiye aliyetangulia. Na ndio maana unakuta katika sifa za Mungu, Mungu anajisifu, anasema ya kwamba yeye ni wa kwanza na ni wa mwisho. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Yeye ni mwanzo na mwisho, wa kwanza na wa mwisho. Ina maana anaposema yeye ni mwanzo, ina maana yeye ndiye mwanzo wa vitu vyote. Ina maana kabla ya vitu vyote yeye ndiye aliyekuwa, na kutokana na yeye vitu vikaanza sasa kutokea. Ndio maana yeye anaitwa mwanzo na wa kwanza. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Sasa tulipoanza kutafakari ni Mungu yupi sasa ambaye alikuwa kabla ya vitu vyote, ambaye hapo mwanzo aliziumba mbingu na nchi, tukasoma katika kitabu cha Yohana Mtakatifu sura yake ya 1 na mstari wake wa 1, ambayo nasema hivi: hapo mwanzo kulikuwako neno, naye neno alikuwako kwa Mungu, naye neno alikuwa Mungu. Nisikilize vizuri. Hapo mwanzo kulikuwako neno, naye neno alikuwako kwa Mungu, naye neno alikuwa Mungu. Mstari wa 3 unasema kwamba vyote vilifanyika kwa yeye, na pasipo huyo neno hakuna kilichofanyika. automatically inaonyesha ya kwamba yule Mungu ambaye alitangulia kabla ya vyote, hapo mwanzo alikuwa anaitwa Neno. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Na katika wakati alipokuwa anaitwa Neno, yeye ndiye aliyekuwa Mungu ambaye alitangulia kabla ya vitu vyote. Akiwa Neno, hapakuwa na mbingu, hapakuwa na dunia, hapakuwa na mwanadamu, hapakuwa na wanyama wala kiumbe chochote, even hata malaika. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Kwa hiyo Neno ndiye aliyetangulia, lakini maandiko yanatuonyesha kwamba Neno aliyetangulia alikuwa ni Mungu. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Na mstari wake wa hiyo Yohana sura yake ya kwanza mstari wake wa 14 inatuonyesha kwamba naye Neno alifanyika mwili. Neno akafanyika mwili, akakaa kwetu, nasi tukamuona. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Kwa hiyo Neno kumbe alikuna wakati alikuja akafanyika mwili, akakaa katikati yetu, yani kati ya wanadamu. Akaonekana kabisa akiwa na utukufu kama wa mwana pekee wa Mungu, amejaa neema na kweli. Lakini originality yake hakuwa katika mwili, bali alikuwa kwa Mungu katika position ya uungu, akijulikana kwa jina la Mungu. Na hapo ndipo Neno limekuja kutufikisha kwamba alipofanyika mwili ana jina alilojulikana nalo, na hilo ndilo jina ambalo lilitukuzwa kuliko majina yote, ambayo mpaka sasa kwa mujibu wa neno la Mungu katika kitabu cha Wafilipi sura ya 2 na mstari wake wa 10, kuanzia pale Biblia inasema ya kwamba hili jina limetukuzwa kuliko majina yote, na linapigiwa magoti na vitu vya mbinguni, vya duniani na vya chini ya nchi, na kila ulimi unakiri ya kwamba Yesu Kristo ni Bwana. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Kwa utukufu wa Mungu Baba, Yesu Kristo ni Bwana, yani Yesu Kristo ni Mungu kwa utukufu wa Mungu Baba. Kwa nini ni Mungu kwa utukufu wa Mungu Baba? Kwa sababu alipokuwa katika mwili alionekana na utukufu kama mwana wa Mungu. Nataka uelewe, kitu kinachoonekana ni kama mfano, kama ni mfano, lakini mfano sio really. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Kwa hiyo alionekana tu kama mwanadamu, lakini hakuwa mwanadamu, ila asilia yake ama uasilia wake, yeye ni Neno na Neno ni Mungu. Kwa hiyo katika mwili ameitwa jina lake Yesu Kristo. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Na hapo ndipo nilipofikia hatua ya kusema ya kwamba kumbe Muumba wa mbingu na nchi, jina lake kamili katika mwili anaitwa Yesu Kristo. Na ukitaka sasa ulikubali hili jina au ulijaribu, ikiwa kweli ndilo jina la Mungu wa kweli, kama kweli ndilo jina la Mungu Muumba wa mbingu na nchi, ulijaribu hili jina, uweza wake, mamlaka yake, kazi za hili jina. Hili jina la Yesu Kristo linaokoa. Hili jina la Yesu Kristo linakomboa. Hili jina la Yesu Kristo linaweka huru. Yani ukiwa na mapepo yakikemewa kwa jina la Yesu, yanatoweka, yanatii, wala hayabishani. Ukiwa na ugonjwa wowote, ukiombewa kwa jina la Yesu Kristo, automatically unapona na unakuwa mzima. Hili jina pekee la Yesu Kristo ndilo lililo na uweza wa kufanya mambo haya yote, au kusababisha mambo haya yote yakafanyika. Kando na jina la Yesu Kristo, hakuna jina lingine ambalo tunaweza tukalitumia hivi na likatenda hizi kazi ambazo jina la Yesu Kristo linafanya. Ukitaka kujaribu, jaribu jina la Mungu mwingine mbele ya mtu aliye na pepo, alafu kemee hilo pepo kwa jina la huyo Mungu mwingine ambaye hana jina la Yesu Kristo, ndiposa utapata majibu kamili. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Na ukitaka uamini maneno ninayokuambia, hebu angalia hata manabii wa uongo wanapotaka kulaghai watu ili kuhaminisha ya kwamba wao ni watumishi wa Mungu, ingawa wako upande wa ibilisi shetani, hawatumii jina lingine, wanalitumia jina la Yesu Kristo, kwa sababu wanajua ya kwamba hili jina pekee ndilo jina lililo na mamlaka juu ya viumbe vyote, kuanzia wanadamu, malaika, mapepo, mashetani yote. Ni jina tu la Yesu Kristo ambalo lina mamlaka na uweza wa kufanya vitu visivyowezekana vikaweza kuwezekana. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Naamini utaanza kunielewa. Kuna kipengele kimoja ambacho ninataka nigusie kabla sijaingia kabisa katika topic yetu ya siku ya leo, kwa sababu leo nitakapoendeleza nitakuwa mfupi sana. Nitakuonyesha Mungu wa kanisa. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Maana kichwa chetu cha siku ya leo ni Mungu wa kanisa. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Lakini kabla sijaingia hapo, nataka nikuonyeshe ya kwamba Mungu huyo ambaye sisi tunamwabudu, ukisoma katika kitabu cha Kutoka sura yake ya 34 na mstari wake wa 24, unaposoma maandiko matakatifu, neno la Mungu linakuonyesha namna gani ambavyo Mungu anasema. Bwana anawaambia wana wa Israeli, kwa maana hautamwabudu Mungu mwingine ila mimi, kwa kuwa Mungu ambaye jina lake ni mwenye wivu, yeye ni Mungu mwenye wivu. Kwa hiyo Mungu wetu ni Mungu mwenye wivu. Na ule wivu wa Mungu, unaposoma maandiko matakatifu katika kitabu cha Isaya 43 na mstari wake wa 10, Mungu anasema, mimi ni Bwana, zaidi yangu mimi hakuumbwa Mungu mwingine, na baada yangu mimi hata kuwepo Mungu yeyote. Mimi ni Bwana, zaidi yangu mimi hapana mwokozi. Sasa ukiangalia mwokozi, unakuta mwokozi ni Yesu Kristo. Na hiyo ni alama tosha kwamba Yesu Kristo ndio mwokozi. Lakini 42 na mstari wake wa 8, Mungu anasema ile sifa ambayo iko katika kitabu cha Kutoka. Anasema hivi, anahapa kwa nafsi yake, anasema, sitampa Mungu awaye yote utukufu wangu, na wala sifa zangu sitawapa sanamu. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Yaani Mungu anahapa ya kwamba sifa, utukufu wake hatampatia awaye yote. Na kama Mungu ameapa, tunajua sifa za Mungu ya kwamba yeye si mwanadamu aweze kusema uongo. Na iwapo amesema neno, lazima atalitimiza. Ikiwa amesema hivi, na yeye ni msema kweli ambaye ndani ya kinywa chake hamna uongo wala ila, sifa zake zikionekana kwa mtu mwingine ambaye sio yeye, atakuwa ni mwongo. Kwa hiyo tunapojaribu kusema ya kwamba huyu Mungu na Yesu Kristo ni watu wawili tofauti, tunakosea. Kwa sababu utukufu alio nao Yesu Kristo kati ya malaika, kati ya wanadamu, kati ya mapepo na kati ya viumbe, hakuna mwingine alio nao. Na kama huo wote utukufu Kristo aliye naye, ije baadaye ionekane ya kwamba si yeye aliye Mungu wa kweli, mpendwa, inaweza kuwa huyu Mungu amejicontradict katika maneno yake. Lakini kwa sababu maneno ya Mungu ni kweli na ni amina, kama yeye ana wivu na awezi kuchangia utukufu wake na waye yote, basi yule ambaye ana ule wote utukufu wa kutenda miujiza makuu na maajabu, na leo hata injili inahubiriwa kwa jina lake, basi huyu ndiye Mungu wa kweli na ndiye aliyeziumba mbingu na nchi, anaitwa Yesu Kristo. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Sasa nilipoanza somo letu, kuna kitu kizuri sana ambacho niliwahi kukisema. Nilisema hivi, topic ambayo tunapaswa kuzingatia. Kuna wale watu wanasema kwamba Yesu Kristo sio Mungu, wanakosea. Kusema Yesu Kristo sio Mungu ni kukosea, kwa sababu Yesu Kristo anaabudiwa. Na mfano, mimi ni mtu ambaye ninamwabudu Yesu Kristo. Tuna wengi ambao wanaabudu Yesu Kristo. Sasa kama Yesu Kristo anaabudiwa, there is no way wewe unaweza kusema kwamba Yesu Kristo si Mungu. Hapana. Wewe unaweza tu ukasema sio Mungu wako, lakini uwezi ukasema sio Mungu wangu. Kama vile nami ninaweza nikasema Yesu ni Mungu wangu, ni Mungu wangu, lakini ule wako naye mwabudu ambaye sio Yesu Kristo, huyo si Mungu wangu, simjui kabisa. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Lakini sasa mada tulio nayo na kazi tulio nayo, the reason why tunahubiri injili, ni kuonyesha utofauti wa Yesu Kristo na ile miungu mingine, au kuonyesha ni Mungu yupi aliyeziumba mbingu na nchi kati ya wale miungu wote wanaoabudiwa duniani, kwa sababu ni wengi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Sasa niende upande wa kanisa. Kama vile nilivyosema, leo tutaongea topic inasema Mungu wa kanisa, yaani Yesu Kristo ni Mungu wa kanisa. Amen, amen. Na kwa nini tunasema Yesu Kristo ni Mungu wa kanisa? Tutaanza sasa kusoma maandiko matakatifu ili uanze kuelewa kwa nini tunasema Yesu Kristo ni Mungu wa kanisa. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Tunasoma katika kitabu cha Mathayo sura yake ya 16 na mstari wake wa 18. Maandiko matakatifu yanasema, nami nakuambia wewe ndiwe Petro, na juu ya mwamba huu nitalijenga kanisa langu, wala malango wala milango ya kuzimu haitalishinda. Narudilia tena. Anasema, wewe ndiwe Petro, na juu ya mwamba huu nitalijenga kanisa langu. Huyu anayesema maneno haya ni Yesu Kristo. Anasema nitalijenga kanisa langu. Hapa Yesu hajasema nitalijenga kanisa la Mungu au nitalijenga kanisa la Baba. Anasema nitalijenga kanisa langu. Kristo ako very clear, yupo very clear, anatubashiria mambo wazi wazi ya kwamba yeye ndiye mmiliki wa kanisa. Na kama Kristo ndiye mmiliki wa kanisa, yeye ndio hapo Yesu anaposema nitalijenga kanisa lake. Ina maana atalijenga kanisa, anazungumzia kanisa ambalo halikuwepo. Yani kabla ya yeye kulianzisha kanisa halikuwepo, kama vile yeye aliye wa kwanza, mwanzilishi wa kwanza na mwanzo. Ilibidi yeye tena kwa upande wa kanisa awe wa kwanza, alianzishe. Maana kama wa kwanza na mwanzilishi wa yote ajaanzisha kitu chochote kilicho chema, hakiwezi kikaanzishwa. Kwa hiyo ilibidi Yesu Kristo aliye wa kwanza na mwanzo aanzishe kanisa. Na ndo anasema nitalijenga kanisa langu juu ya mwamba, na wala milango ya kuzimu haitalishinda. Kwa hiyo andiko hili linaonyesha kwamba Yesu Kristo ndiye Mungu wa kanisa, au ndiyo mwenye kanisa. Tusimuite kwanza Mungu wa kanisa, tuseme ndiye mwenye kanisa. Na kama Yesu Kristo ndiye mwenye kanisa, ina maana wote walio kanisani wanamwabudu Yesu Kristo. Na wale wasiojua walitakiwa wajue ya kwamba kanisani anayepashwa kuabudiwa sio mwingine ila Yesu Kristo, kwa sababu yeye ndiye mwenye kanisa. So ukiwa kanisani na unaabudu mwingine tofauti na Yesu Kristo, unafanya injustice, hautendi haki, kwa sababu hauwezi kuwa katika kanisa la mtu mwingine na unaabudu mtu mwingine tofauti kana kwamba yeye ndiye Mungu. Hapo sasa wewe unafanya ibada ya sanamu. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana, ama idolatry. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Sikiliza. Wakorintho wa kwanza sura yake ya Wakorintho wa kwanza sura ya 3 kuanzia mstari wake wa 16 hadi ule wa 17. Neno la Bwana linasema hivi: hamjui ya kuwa ninyi mmekuwa hekalu la Mungu, na ya kuwa Roho wa Mungu anakaa ndani yenu? Kama mtu akiliharibu hekalu la Mungu, Mungu atamuharibu mtu huyo, kwa maana hekalu la Mungu ni takatifu, ambalo ndilo ninyi. Okay. Hekalu la Mungu. Hekalu ni la nani? Ni la Mungu. Sasa huyu Mungu wa hekalu tunaweza kumupata wapi katika Agano Jipya? Katika kitabu cha Marko inasema hivi: akafundisha akasema, je, haikuandikwa nyumba yangu itakuwa nyumba ya sala kwa mataifa yote, bali ninyi mmelifanya kuwa pango la wanyang'anyi. Yesu anasema, anafundisha watu, anawaambia nyinyi, hivi hamjui kama imeandikwa ya kuwa nyumba yangu mimi itakuwa ni nyumba ya sala kwa mataifa yote? Yesu ana claim ya kwamba hii nyumba ambayo ni hekalu ya kwamba ni ya kwake. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Asemi kuwa ni ya mtu mwingine, lakini anasema kuwa ni yake yeye. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Nisikilize vizuri. Nitakupeleka katika kitabu cha Matendo ya Mitume sura yake ya 20, tuanzie mstari wake wa 28. Matendo ya Mitume sura ya 20 na mstari wake wa 28. Nisikilize neno la Bwana. Linasema hivi: jitunzeni nafsi zenu na lile kundi lote nalo ambalo Roho Mtakatifu amewaweka ninyi kuwa waangalizi ndani yake, mpate kulilisha kanisa lake Mungu alilolinunua kwa damu yake mwenyewe. Nataka uelewe vizuri, huenda haujapata hapa vizuri. Nisikilize. Inasema hivi: jitunzeni